Williamsfield Road and De La Torre Boulevard buildings. So we have a PAD amendment and a design review case that we are showing to you tonight for the first time. So here's the existing development plan that's currently approved for the Bellastoria PAD. Like I said, about 73 acres. There's about 60 acres of residential, about 11.5 dwelling units per acre for the whole thing. And then you can see the acreages and stuff for commercial and multifamily and single family. There's about 29 acres of multifamily, about 628 lots approved today. And then that 16-acre commercial corner. So just take a mental note there, a mental screenshot in your brain of parcel B and what it looks like now. So what the applicant is proposing to do, here's the revised development plan with the piece on the corner. And I'm going to show you that parcel B development plan in the larger context here in a second. But I just wanted to let you know that they're increasing the number of units from 628 of multifamily total in the whole development, and that includes parcel C, to 691 units. So that's about 63 additional units on parcel B than what was approved before, which was about 304. And so the net acreage for, and here's, obviously here's the single family development plan, or single family, excuse me, I typo error, I apologize. So here is the development plan the applicant's proposing. And if you compare it to the original development plan, it's a different design, which that is why we were bringing it before you, because their design that they proposed was not, we didn't believe it was in substantial conformance with the original development plan. Obviously, they're increasing, the densities going up a little bit, and on the overall density throughout the whole development will be about 12.5 now instead of 11.6, because they're increasing it by 63 units. But the actual site itself is about 22 dwelling units per acre. And like I said, 367 units, which before it was 304 units. And you can see on this, I'll show you the site plan, the next one. This is the beautiful picture, colored picture here. It shows it and represents it better, in my opinion. So you can see the design of the buildings now has completely changed. You have this large building along Williamsfield Road that's right up against the street frontage on Williamsfield and a little bit along De La Torre. It's a large building that kind of opens up in the center, and it opens up to the amenities and provides a nice view shed right into the central amenity package that they have there. And then there's another amenity off to the left, kind of towards the west, that you can see through a retention basin that's along Williamsfield Road at that corner. So this building is about 3 stories tall for the most part, and then there's portions of it that go to 4 stories. And then you'll see along the other property boundary lines, you'll see I believe those buildings are 3 stories, and you'll see how they're kind of L-shaped along the eastern boundary. And along the north boundary, those are 2-story carriage units. And there's about 6 of those buildings, and then 4 of the regular apartment buildings. And then there's also a parking garage behind the main big building, which is called Building 1, and it's a 2-story parking garage. So all in all, 367 units, 9 total buildings, the parking garage, like I mentioned, and 607 parking spaces. And there's one unique thing about this parking garage. It's pretty open, the design of it, but it's kind of blocked, if you will, to a certain extent from Williamsfield Road by that larger building. So it's kind of screens itself a little bit. And then it's also kind of screened from the north to a certain extent as well from the single-family homes that are to the north because of the 2-story carriage units. So that's the site plan in a whole. The landscape plan, I know this is kind of hard to see since it's black and white. You kind of get a better gauge of landscaping on this plan. A lot of trees around the perimeter, and of course on the street frontages and in the parking lot. And the biggest thing I wanted to call to your attention on the landscape plan, yes, there is about 43% open space, common open space area, but is on that eastern boundary, you have a lot of amenities. There's a dog park, kind of down towards Williamsfield Road. You have some grass areas that are serving as retention and kind of active play areas. You have a fountain, and then you have 2 pickleball courts. So they've decided to place all their amenities on the eastern boundary, and the reason being for that is because there's a future commercial parcel to the east that will allow the open space to integrate with the commercial and create like a really cool, unique plaza / amenity area that can not only be shared by the residents, but maybe some of the commercial as well. We don't know how the commercial is going to develop yet, but I can guarantee you that we will be working with that commercial developer when they come in to kind of build off of this little open space area. And there's also amenities in the center as well. So it's not like all the amenities are pushed to the one side. They still have amenities in the middle that the residents can access as well. So the open space plan, like I said, about 43% open space, and I just wanted to show this to you so you can see where all those open spaces are, and that's illustrated in the light green color. So 3% more open space than it is what, or actually 13% more open space than what is required. The elevations of the buildings, here's the large building, building 1. I know on your screens it may be a little bit hard to see, but I can show you on some of the other buildings. You can kind of see how the architectural style is more of a Spanish architectural type style, type design with the arches and the clay tile roofing, and you have some hip roofing in various locations, and a lot of movement and wall plane movement and variation in the wall planes as you go around the buildings, especially this large building. And you can see on these site plans here how much movement there is in the wall planes and the design of the perimeter of the building. Quite a bit of movement, which we are content with. So Spanish architectural style, whites and tan colors, that's pretty typical of Spanish architectural style. So I'll just go through these really quick. This is one of the smaller buildings along the eastern boundary. Here's building 3 kind of at the northeast corner. And I know that these are in your packet as well, so hopefully you've been able to look at those. And then these are the carriage units, 2 stories, some flat roofing and some kind of hip roofing as well, and again, kind of more of a flat roof style with some stone and things like that. It's more Spanish as well. And then the parking garage. The parking garage, we haven't looked at too deeply yet as far as architectural design and style. I mean, there's only so much you're going to be able to do with a parking garage from a stylistic standpoint. So you do have some arches and things like that. The materials, we're still looking into the materials and the design of that. I don't know how much further we're going to be able to make this comply with Spanish architecture, but we're in the process of taking a deeper look at that right now. But I just wanted to show you what it looks like. So that's the design of the site and the buildings and so forth. And I just wanted to let you know, as I close my presentation, that there was a neighborhood meeting held on the 20th of November. It was a virtual neighborhood meeting, and nobody attended. Surrounding residents or property owners. That was the fastest neighborhood meeting I've ever been a part of. And so tonight, I just like to get your input on the amendment, the PAD amendment that's going before you, and obviously the design of the site and what your thoughts are on the Spanish architectural style of the building elevations. And that is it. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Keith. Okay, who would like to kick us off with any comments related to what Keith is looking for input on? Oh, thank you. Commissioner Davis.
I didn't even say anything yet.
You looked, yeah.
Keith, I think the only thing that I was looking at is related to the design of, and it's related to buildings 5 through 9 on the north side along Haskell. They're all exactly the same. I didn't know if there's a way to stagger those buildings a little bit, if there's a way to maybe modify maybe the entrances on a couple of them to be maybe with the arches or something to kind of differentiate the buildings. Because you're picking up that residential character on the north side, the single residences that are going to be to the north, maybe it would be appropriate to kind of give it a more, to scale it a little bit, make it seem like it's not all the same building, giving it the feel that it's one long building across there. So just something to look at. But I think that's all I had.
Chairman, Commissioner Davis, that's a great comment. I appreciate that, and we will provide that to the applicant. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Simon.
All right, Keith, thank you for the presentation. I just have a quick question. Is Cooley Station a character area?
Chair Munt, Commissioner Simon, Cooley Station is not, it doesn't have its own name as a character area, but it is part of the Gateway character area. It is within the Gateway character area. It doesn't, it's not like Cooley Station's its own, but it's part of a larger character area, which is the Gateway character area.
So does the Spanish style of this property fit within that character?
Chairman Munt, Commissioner Simon, the Gateway character area standards that are in the general plan do not specify an architectural style or design that's preferred.
Okay.
If you go and you drive around that area, you see different types of architectural design and styles, but it doesn't specifically state that these styles are preferred. I do see some architecture in the Gateway character area that does have some Spanish style type designs. So I think it would be something that would be appropriate and that would complement other developments that are in the immediate area.
Okay. Your 3 points of input that you were looking for with regards to the amended PAD, I actually like the new plan better than the old plan. I think that it flows better with that area. The site plan, I guess. The building designs, I'm not super impressed by. I'm not. They don't look institutional, but they look very bland to me. I just not a fan of it. It looks very, can I use monotone, I guess, without offending anybody? I just feel like there could be more there. And I feel like across the street, Cooley Station, there's a lot going on that's very attractive. And I feel like this not necessarily would detract from that, but sitting right up against Williams Field, I feel like you could do something more with that look. So just my humble opinion.
Okay?
Thank you, Chair Simon. I'm just kidding, regular Simon. Okay, any other commissioners looking to give some input? Possibly get a promotion? Vice Chair?
I will, Keith, thank you. I have no aesthetic opinions. I'm awful at this, so I try to stay away from them, and I wouldn't be highly complimentary, but I recognize I'm bad at them. Although it does kind of look like the state mental institution. But I reiterate kind of the same, roughly the same point I made before it relates to Haskell, the road on the north. That is, as I look at the land use, that's privately owned. Will that ultimately get dedicated, or will that remain a private road?
Chair Munt, Commissioner Fay, I'm going to have to get back with you on that. I can't remember if it's, I think it's a public street, if I remember correctly.
It's not now.
Well,
Keith, Clint or Tom may be able to answer that.
that
It
would be good.
If it ultimately is to be dedicated, and it might not be, but it probably should be, given what I see of the larger development. If it is, make sure you've got two developments and the center line. You've got to get that whole dedication with whichever one comes in first. You can't, realistically, you can't have the dedication come with the guy who comes in second. So just manage that is that would be my guidance, is to be on the lookout for that part, okay? The rest of it, again, I'm bad at aesthetics, so it's best that I just make myself sound ignorant. I contribute nothing to the process, so thank you. That's all my comments.
Thank you. And we have Clint
yeah.
Emery, if he could probably answer that question a lot better than I can. Go ahead, Clint.
Yeah, Chair Commissioner, it's planned to be a private street. It's planned to be in a tract, so.
It's going to stay in
It's going to stay in a tract, yeah.
Well, then it doesn't matter. It's fine if it stays that way. I'm surprised you're doing that. I'm surprised
It's because they want to deviate from our standard collector route, and so we would prefer that. If you're going to deviate from our standard, we'd rather have it in a.
And if they're going to
private.
deviate, the fire department's still going to sign off on this? On the deviated plans?
Yeah, I think the deviation is just the on-street parking. Collector roads don't have on-street parking. That, I think.
Oh,
But I think the width and everything per standard, but.
Okay, you got that then. Thank you.
Yeah. Chairman, Commissioner Fay. So Haskell Street, going obviously in front of this project, a majority of it will be constructed at the onset by the development to the north. I can't remember exactly what portion they're constructing, but I believe they're constructing the full width all the way to, might be to the back of the curb. I can't remember. But we will provide more information on that when we come back at the public hearing. And I can tell you exactly what's being constructed to the north. It's just been a while since we've reviewed those plans, the preliminary plat and so forth that took place for the Bella Storia residential to the north, but we can provide more information and more details on that when we come back for the public hearing.
Very good, yeah. I think that'd be important for the fire to sign off and know that. Commissioner DeGravina?
Keith, you did a great job in explaining the project there. I have a minor question since Haskell did come up. In the packet, it said that there's 33 parking spots on that street, but you're saying it's still staying private? And they still meet the parking requirement because they need 571, and with the 33 that they're allowing, it brings it up to 607. So they're still within the required amount, but if it's staying that way, it might be a little bit confusing that it's going to be allowed to, it's there to be parked on. So that's my question.
Chairman, Commissioner DeGravina, this Haskell Street, the cross-section is pretty typical. You can see it as you go further to the west. It's the exact same cross-section where street parking is permitted. Fortunately for this development, they're providing all their required parking on site. The previous apartment complex that was proposed was actually using that on-street parking along Haskell to meet their parking requirements. This developer opted not to do that, so we're glad that they're not. But the residents will be able to use those parking spaces. But it's part of the cross-section that we agreed to as part of the PAD, so it is permitted for them to park on the on-street if they would like to. But they don't really need to since they're meeting all their parking on site. I hope I'm answering your question correctly and providing you information you need. If not,
it was just something that kind of stood out since we were talking about Haskell Street, and
yeah,
I saw those 33 spots that were allocated for parking, but it didn't really matter because you did meet your requirement.
they don't need it.
Yeah. Thank you.
But it is a good amenity. It's a good feature and it's just a cross-section that we've carried through Cooley Station along this whole north portion of this. It used to be called Cooley Station Loop. Now it's Haskell Street. It's just a typical cross-section the town has adopted for this collector road.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Commissioner Line? It'll go red, there you go.
I just wanted to echo, Mr. Chair, just wanted to echo some of the comments of Commissioner Simon. I was curious about how many other buildings in the area follow that architectural style. I am not particularly fond of it, but if it's something that ties into the area, I can see going forward with it or pursuing that. But yeah, like I said, I kind of just want to echo that, and not my taste, and it does have a little bit of a medical office feel to it, but it's just my personal opinion.
Chairman, Commissioner Lyon, that's a good question. I don't know this number of buildings in the area that use Spanish architectural style. It's something I can research and get back with you on when we come back for public hearing. I can provide more information on that.
Thank you, Keith. Seems as everyone's gone outside of Commissioner Gage. Did you have anything you would like to add? No? Okay. Very good. Well, Keith, do you think you have the information that you need?
I believe so. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, with that then, covering items 1 and 2, we will move to item number 3, Z2501 LDC text amendment, and bring up Ms. Veronica Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I have before you today a request for citizen review and initiation for a text amendment to the Land Development Code to address the Redevelopment Commission. So the reason we're requesting this LDC text amendment is we're looking to add an alternate member to the Redevelopment Commission. Currently, their membership is just 5 regular members and does not include an alternate member. By adopting this, it would allow the commission to maintain a quorum if a commissioner is absent or must declare a conflict or recuse themselves from an item on the agenda. So what we request from you is to conduct a citizen review meeting and initiate the text amendment. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Very short and sweet. Anybody have any questions or comments related to the LDC text amendment? I think it is pretty straightforward. And I think it's a good thing. I recognize that there were some issues with this particular thing, so looks like we are all good with that. Is that all good for you then?
I assume you're directing us to initiate the text amendment?
Yes.
Very
yes.
good.
Please initiate said text amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, that's correct. Okay, with that, we finished our agenda for the work session, and I'd like to move into item number 4 and have a discussion of the regular meeting agenda. On the regular meeting, we have the consent of ST 24-01 Gilbert Santan and number 9 DR 24-24 Aldi Gilbert. And then on non-consent, item number 10 GP 2402 and Z 2410 Modera Gilbert, or Modera Gabriella Point. And item number 11, GP 2405 Tustin Ranch Minor GP and Z 24-12 Tustin Ranch PAD Amendment, as well as item number 12, UP 24-60 Faux Sun Valley, or FA. I don't know exactly. So I don't know if there's anything anybody would like taken off of consent, or if anyone has suggestions to add to. I don't believe we can add any based on our discussions earlier in the Monday meeting, but anyone have any opinions, or should we leave it as is?
I would say we leave it as is.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Simon. All right, consider that discussion concluded, and we will adjourn the work session and find ourselves back here in 27 minutes. Thank you very much. All right, we'll get started here in a minute. I just wanted to make an announcement to make everyone aware. It seems as though you know, but if you wish to speak on an item, there are yellow comment cards in the back. Please fill it out, indicating the item number that you wish to speak on and whether you're in favor of or opposed to the item, as well as your name and address. Thank you very much. We'll get started here in just a minute or two. Okay, I will now call to order the regular meeting. And the first item will be the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand with me. Thank you very much. Eva, could I please have a roll call?
Commissioner Lyon? Present. Commissioner DeGravina?
Here.
Commissioner Gage?
Present.
Commissioner Davis?
Here.
Commissioner Simon?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson? Vice Chairman Fay?
Present?
Chairman Munt?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 5, approval of the agenda. We had a discussion during the study session on the agenda, and after much deliberation, we decided it will stay exactly as it is. I will entertain a motion.
Chairman Munt, I would make a motion to not mess with not do anything with the agenda, to move forward with the agenda as written.
Very well. Thank you, Vice Chair. We will move forward with the agenda as written. Do I have a second?
Chair, I'd like to second that very messy motion.
Thank you. Thank you for cleaning that up,
Clearer in
Commissioner
my-
Simon. All
clearer in
right,
my
we have a second from Commissioner Simon. Please cast your vote.
I don't know that we have to make a motion to not do anything. A motion by definition is
Okay.
to do something.
We have the approval. Moving on now to communications. First item is communications from citizens. At this time, members of the public may comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. The commission may not discuss the items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to state law, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration. I'd like to just point out a caveat that that is only for people wishing to speak on items not specifically on the agenda. So if you're all here to speak on the agenda, I'm not going to suddenly just breeze past it. So Is there anyone here that wished to speak on an item or something not currently on the agenda? I don't have any comment cards, and I don't see anyone. Therefore, we will move on. And item 7 is a report from our council liaison, but Councilmember Lyons is not present this evening. So we will then move right into the public hearing consent. All items listed below are considered public hearing consent calendar. The commission may, by a single motion, approve any number of items where, after opening the public hearing, no person requests the item be removed from the consent calendar. If such a request is made, the commission shall then withdraw the item from the public hearing consent calendar for the purpose of public discussion and separate action. Other items on the agenda may be added to the consent calendar and approved under a single motion. Our consent calendar is comprised of 2 items. However, we do have a abstention in vote for item number 9, so we are going to do this as 2 separate motions. So to start with, we will do item number 8. I'll entertain a motion.
Chairman Munt, I would make a motion I would move to approve consent item number 8 as written.
All right, we have a motion from Vice Chairman Fay. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner De Gravina. All please cast your vote. Motion carries. All right,
Chair, as to the next item, because they've added a driveway on Arizona Avenue, this will require an ADOT permit, and I'm employed at ADOT, so I'm going to recuse myself for anything about item number 9.
thank you very much,
Sorry,
Vice Chair.
when I recuse myself, I have to leave the podium, which isn't worth the effort in this case, but I'm still going to do it.
Please leave, sir.
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve item 9, DR 24-24, Aldia Gilbert.
All right, we have a motion, and do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Commissioner Davis comes through with the second. Please cast your vote if you are not Vice Chairman Fay. All right, motion carries. Vice Chairman Fay, you may please return to the dais. All right, now moving into the public hearing non-consent. Non-consent public hearing items will be heard at an individual public hearing and will be acted upon by the commission by a separate motion. During the public hearings, anyone wishing to comment in support or in opposition to a public hearing item may do so. If you wish to comment on a public hearing item, you must fill out a public comment form indicating the item number on which you wish to be heard. Once the hearing is closed, there will be no further public comment unless requested by a member of the commission. So the first item on our non-consent agenda this evening is item number 10, GP 24-02 Modera Gabriella Point and Z24-10 Modera Gabriella Point. And we will bring up Mr. Keith Newman.
Excuse me, Chair, I'm not allowed to, I have to recuse
Okay,
myself.
yes, we have a recusal from Commissioner Gage. If you will please vacate. No, thank you. All right, thank you.
Chairman Munt, members of the commission, good evening. So my next project before you tonight, obviously, as you've stated, is the Modera Gabriella Point project, which consists of a minor general plan amendment and a P80 rezone. The site, as you can see in front of you on the screen, is located at the northeast corner. It's hard to read the text on this one, but of Higley Road and Alona Drive, which is basically, as you can see, is north of the 202 on that east side of the road. The site is part of a current vacant piece of land that's over 50 acres of about 40-something acres, actually, north of Alona, and it's obviously sitting vacant farmland. The request, as I've stated, is for a minor general plan amendment on a 10.53 acre portion of the site, and I'll show it to you in just a second where that specifically is. And then also a PAD rezone over the whole thing with a few deviations. So the general plan amendment that is proposed by the applicant, as you can see, is for the back half of the property. So the whole site's about 15 acres, 14.99, that's gross in acreage. The back half of the property, which is 10.53 gross acres, is the only part that is changing the general plan. And they're proposing to change that from its current classification of regional commercial to residential 25 to 50 dwelling units per acre. And the front half of the property, which is about 4.46 acres or so, is going to stay regional commercial from a general plan standpoint, and they're not proposing to change that. The zoning exhibit breaks down what is proposing to be rezoned. The whole site right now is zoned regional commercial. The front piece, which is 4.46 acres, is proposed to be rezoned. It's going to stay regional commercial, but they're proposing some PAD deviations on that front piece and, of course, on the back piece. But so in order to do that, they're doing a rezone to establish a PAD on the front half. The back half, which is 10.53 acres, is proposing to be rezoned from regional commercial to multifamily high with a PAD as well and some deviations, which I will go over in just a few minutes. So the development plan, let's take a closer look at the development plan that is before you today. And I have actually the prettier picture right here. That one's a little bit easier to kind of read and understand. So the development plan, like I stated before, the front 4.46 acres, which is within the regional commercial district along Higley Road, will feature a 3-story mixed-use building. This building is anticipated to include approximately 15,000 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor, with 44 residential units on the upper 2 floors. A sky bridge, as you can see on that south portion it connects it from the commercial to the residential building, is on that, the south corner of that will provide a little integration from the commercial to the residential building, which I'm sure the applicant will probably go into a little bit more detail on, I would imagine. The rear 10.53 acres will include 4 4-story residential buildings, and you can see them in that yellow color. 9 garage buildings, and surface parking with parking canopies. And you can see the parking canopies are the brown ones. The development proposes a total of 335 residential units with an average density of 28 dwelling units per acre over the whole project. Vehicular access will be available from, as you can see on the map, on the development plan, off of Higley Road. That's the main access for the commercial. And then along Alona Drive, there will be a secondary access for the commercial, and then one also for the residential where the main access and the gates and so forth are, the keypad and so forth. And then one off of Martingale Road. There will be gates that will separate the front half, 4.46 acres, from the multifamily to the back. There's also an access point to the north through a potential future commercial development that will be happening hopefully in the future, near future. Please note that town engineering staff, after reviewing the project, I just wanted to note this, and it's not in your report, but they have concerns with site access to the proposed regional commercial, as there is currently one main access off of Higley Road, as you can see it there, and the secondary access off of Alona will be a little challenging due to the center median, and they are concerned with potential U-turns as people go on to Martingale to try and head back to the commercial piece. And that's really close to that residential entrance as well off of Alona. So I just wanted to mention that as congestion backs up on Higley, we're highly concerned that people will be using Alona Drive and making U-turns to get into the commercial. So I just wanted to mention that for our traffic department. So here is the open space plan. Oh, I messed up on some text on the right-hand side. I apologize. But the site has 27% open space for the multifamily high portion. What is required by code is 40%. So the applicant is asking for a deviation to allow a reduction in that common open space down to 27%, just for the multifamily high piece. The regional commercial piece on the front is about 43.47% open space, where 15% is required. So as a whole, the whole project as a whole, the applicant is stating will be 31% open space over the whole 14 or 13.07, I think is the net acreage approximately. Over that whole project will be about 31% open space. So before I move on to the other deviations and so forth and some other information, just wanted to show you some site renderings that the applicant has provided to us. Obviously, these are conceptual, and none of this architecture has not been finalized. The applicant recently has submitted a design review application that we are about ready to start first review on here in the next week or so. So these are just conceptual only at this time, just to give you an idea of what the buildings could look like. So this is facing Higley Road. That's the commercial with the residential above. This is kind of in the middle, actually it's still facing the Higley Road elevation. It's just showing what the shops may look like on the ground floor. And then here is a shot or a view of that sky bridge. And then a little bit of the space in between the loft unit building and the residential building to the east of it. Here's another shot that shows you the sky bridge and the back side of that commercial building, or with the loft unit building is what we call it, with commercial on the back side as well. So those are the renderings. So just wanted to show you those pictures before I moved on. So some of staff's concerns with this project are, I know you guys have heard this before, but I'm gonna mention it again. So one of the concerns, and the reason why staff is not supporting this project tonight, is because of a few things. Number one is the loss of regional commercial. So the loss of regional commercial land, this proposal converts RC zoned land, is proposing to convert that from near the Santan Freeway to residential, which we believe conflicts with the general plan, which is obviously for regional commercial. Also is the Gateway Character Area. This area, which is in the Gateway Character Area, is intended for campus-style office and light industrial uses, and commercial activities that serve the surrounding neighborhoods and communities, and not more multifamily. We prefer that the site remain RC to fulfill this vision that has been established on this site for many, many years with the creation of the Gateway Character Area. As the town nears build-out, the land use changes from commercial to residential obviously must be carefully evaluated to ensure reasonable and sustainable growth. In the Gateway Character Area, development should focus on traditional neighborhoods that integrate commercial, employment, and business park uses. Introducing additional high-density residential development on the subject site, which there is quite a bit of it in the area, which I will show you in just a minute. In towns, according to town staff, would undermine the Gateway Character Area's intended character and long-term vision in this immediate area. Growth must prioritize the town's economy, and vitality and sustainability while adhering to the established vision. So the loss of regional commercial on this corner is a big deal to the town of Gilbert. The next thing is the amount of multifamily in the immediate area. And I have a graphic on this screen, it looks like honeycombs, but I'll explain what this is. There's two nearby multifamily developments, Tuscany at Gabriella Point and Morrison Ranch Apartments. Tuscany at Gabriella Point has 760 units. That's basically two apartment complexes in one. And the Morrison Ranch Apartments, which is 230-unit townhome development, which is still zoned multifamily. Those have been approved. Tuscany at Gabriella Point is currently under construction. So that results in a total of 991 multifamily residential units within a half mile of this, the subject site of Gabriella Point. So adding those 991 units to what is proposed, the 335 by Modera, would mean there'd be 1,326 multifamily units within a half mile. Creating the highest concentration of such units in the town, in the entire town of Gilbert, outside of the Cooley Station Village Center area. Unlike Cooley Station, that Village Center area, which was intentionally planned for higher residential density in a neo-traditional village center design, this site has been envisioned as a less dense area with traditional neighborhoods that integrate with regional commercial and business park near the Santan Freeway. So this proposed increase in additional density is inconsistent with the vision originally established for this portion of the Gateway character area. So in addition to these two main concerns, staff notes that there also has been a market demand study that has been shared with us by the applicant, provided to us. And it's in your packet, and I hope you've had the opportunity to read it. As stated in the report, the applicant asserts that the site is more suitable for a mixed-use development addressing housing shortages and promoting high-quality retail rather than a large-scale retail development, which may not be viable in the current market environment. We acknowledge that study but created by Rounds Consulting as the retail landscape continues to evolve and the housing demand remains high, but the study only considers retail sales, ignoring other permitted uses like entertainment, hospitality, and office developments. Please note that staff has presented the currently vacant portions of Gabriella Point to several interested entertainment and recreation users in recent years who were encouraged by town staff to engage in discussions with the property owner team. This interest demonstrates the potential for diverse uses beyond retail. However, staff does not have influence in whether or not those developers choose to speak with the applicant, with the property owner. And we cannot influence how those deals move forward. So as it is concerned with housing, we are conducting a comprehensive housing assessment or study with Elliott Pollock right now to better understand our current housing stock and develop policies for increased affordability and variety. So staff at this time believes that the current rezoning or rezoning more land for high-density multifamily housing is premature until the study is complete, especially given that housing issues are regional and nearly 1,000 approved or under construction multifamily units already exist near the subject site within a half a mile. The demand study provided by Rounds Consulting does not consider these pending developments, further supporting our approach to the rezoning at this time and not supporting the rezoning. So, given that said, there's a few deviations that the applicant is proposing. They're proposing on the rear boundary between the residential and the commercial, they're proposing a 0-foot setback, landscaping and building setbacks, so that they can have better integration between residential and commercial. And then also, for the multifamily high piece, obviously, that west boundary, they're proposing 0-foot setback. And for landscape, I forgot to highlight the landscape one, so that they can have that integration that I'm talking about. Otherwise, they'd need to provide large setbacks, and that integration wouldn't be available. And they're also proposing a deviation to the common area landscaping percentage from 40% down to 27%. So as far as public participation, there has been one neighborhood meeting that was held on this, for this site. One surrounding resident attended and expressed concerns with the addition of more apartments and the potential traffic volumes in the area, which we know are pretty high at peak times due to the ALA school, and increasing traffic volumes in the whole, that whole area as a whole as well. And recently, staff has received 5 emails from nearby residents who have expressed concerns, of course, with the traffic, and they don't want more multifamily and are opposed to the development. So per our staff's recommendation, staff is recommending that you forward a recommendation to the council for denial of the minor general plan amendment, and that based on the reasons I've stated tonight also, that you also forward a recommendation to the town council for denial of the PAD rezone as well. I wanted to note before I end my presentation and open it up for questions for myself, and I believe the applicant, Brennan Ray, is here too, and I'm sure he'll have a presentation that he would like to give and answer some questions as well. But I just wanted to note there's a modified condition. Condition F in your staff report talks about the deviations and lists what they are. We wanted to note in there and add another column at the very bottom of the table for the regional commercial about the landscaping percentage. We wanted to lock in that 43.47% for that they're proposing for the commercial portion of the development, the RC piece on the front. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions you have for me, but like I stated before, the applicant's also here as well, so, and can answer questions and give his presentation as well at your leisure. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keith. All right, bringing it up. Anybody have any questions for Keith? Vice Chairman Fay.
Keith, there was an addendum on this that addressed the open space landscaping issue a little bit. You know what I'm talking about?
Chairman, Commissioner Fay, I think what it was is we changed the percentage because in the original report, the percentage was wrong. Is that what you're referring to?
That answers the question I was going to ask, is how come it jumped up without substantial changes or without any changes that I could see? It's just because there was an error.
Chairman, Commissioner Fay, yes, staff had put the wrong percentage number in the report based on the most recent updated exhibits.
Okay, that answers my question then.
Commissioner DeGravina?
Keith, you did a good job on explaining the project. I got a couple basic questions. That sky bridge, is that implemented because the back half is gated and the front half is not? I mean, I'm trying to figure out the significance of even having a sky bridge there.
Chairman, Commissioner DeGravina, I know the applicant can speak a little bit more about that, but that sky bridge is provided and so for integration so that the residents that live in the residential buildings to the east don't have to cross the busy street or the busy drive aisle, and they can easily cross over to the commercial side of the development. I believe they'll be able to cross over. I think it's the second floor, and they'll be able to go over it, drop down from the second floor down to the first floor and go to the commercial without having to put themselves in harm's way and cross that busy drive aisle. I know the applicant can easily explain more about that than I can, but that's my understanding of why the sky bridge is proposed. And I wanted to note too that we're looking at having them move that further to the north so that it's better for fire access, so a ladder truck can access it better. So that's something that may come down the pipe in the design review stage too. It's moving it a little bit to the north.
Well, that's a good enough explanation. My second question is on the, let me come back to that. I got to put my thoughts together on that one.
Okay, anyone else, or should we let the applicant present? All right, well, thank you, Keith. We'll have the applicant speak, and we'll bring you back if we have any other follow-up.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good. We're working. All right. Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. Brendan Ray, 2325 East Camelback, here on behalf of the applicant, Mill Creek Residential. We're certainly excited to talk about this development. It's something that you have seen before in 2 prior study sessions, and we believe that we've been as responsive as we can to some of the feedback that we've received as we've gone throughout this process. We believe that the design of this reflects the high quality that is sought after. And we've certainly worked closely with staff, having had lots of good discussions, not only with planning, Keith and others on the planning team, but with the Office of Economic Development as well, about this site and what it is and what it looks like. And so tonight what I'm going to do is kind of touch on, Keith stole a lot of my thunder on the design of the development, but I think there are some few key things I'd like to highlight as we kind of go through it. But one of the things at the outset we talk about when talking about this, I think it's important to note, and you'll hear me say this multiple times throughout the presentation, that really what we're focusing on is about 10 acres. That's really, if you drill down into it, what we're talking about is 10 acres and what can happen on that. And we would, at the end, respectfully ask this commission's recommendation for approval. So we're all certainly very familiar with the site, what's around it. I think as we look at this area, and Keith talked about the vision of the area, and I've got another slide that I can talk about it, but one of the things to note is that this area was certainly envisioned as being one of a non-residential type area as you look at it. Specifically, you had, again, looking at the general plan, there was some general office that was planned on the west side of Higley, and then you had the Gabriella Point on the east side of Higley. Obviously, when you look at what's there today, one of the rocks that was dropped in the pond that has caused ripples is a charter school that now exists on the west side of Higley. And so as we look at it, the vision's changed. And certainly what was once thought that Higley and the 202 was going to be, needs to be reassessed. And one of the things that I'll challenge us on is to have a very honest discussion about what is appropriate for this area globally, and then specifically when we talk about these 10 acres. So again, this is where we're trying to get to. That was weird. I didn't know that part was there yet. I apologize. Caught me off guard for a second. So again, this is the plan that we're trying to get to. And Keith did a good job walking through the details of it. I'm going to just touch on a few things. One of the things that Keith mentioned is that the density on the site was 28 acres. That's not correct. The density on the overall site is 22 acres. And that would be on the entire 14.99 15-acre site. And so that density actually is within keeping of the gateway character area as we look at it. One of the other things that I'll mention briefly is deals about access. And you can see on this clearly that there are multiple points, including on the north side of our development, you see a kind of a road to nowhere. That is planned for a future shared access that will occur from Higley Road. And so as we look at it, obviously Higley and Alona is a lighted intersection. You do have access. I'm appreciative of the comment of concern of people making U-turns on Alona Drive to be able to get to the access, to be able to get to the commercial. I'm not sure why they would do that when there is a direct right turn into the development. We'll construct a decel lane as well. So I'm a little unclear as to why there is, because we have direct access to the commercial from Higley as you look at it. Again, looking at this, and to kind of answer the question that Commissioner De Gravini asked, we do have a overhead pedestrian crossing, because what wasn't maybe not clear is that this area, this site, does allow for the proposed development that we've got there, ground floor retail and loft above. That is permitted by regional commercial. I could go build that today if I wanted to. That's why, again, most of my discussion is going to focus on the 10 acres in the back. And so what we've got there is ground floor retail, 2 residential floors above, and it is meant to provide access, as Keith alluded to, from the residential portion of the commercial, the residential portion of that loft living back over to the rest of the residential development and residential amenities. Just touching again on the quality of it, really excited about this and what we're doing. This is a representation of another development that Mill Creek has worked on, but just to give you a little flavor of the pedestrian scale amenities that we are trying to create as we go through this. The reason for the pedestrian bridge is that as we went throughout this process, we were challenged to create something that Gilbert hadn't seen or experienced before. And we had lots of discussions about what to do to create something different and felt like this was going to be appropriate. To where what you'll have then is this sky bridge, again, that connects the residential to the residential as you look at. And this is if you're looking northbound through the site, and this is if you're looking to the south. Open space, and I think, Keith, this is actually the wrong presentation that was loaded as I look at it, but hopefully somebody can figure that out in the background. As we look at it, one of the things, open space, if you recall at the study session, at that time, we were proposing 20% open space on the multifamily. We were encouraged at that to try to get some more open space to it, and that's the purpose of this exhibit, was to increase the open space to show you that we did listen and that we got it to 27%. I'm going to pause for 1 minute. This is not my presentation that I sent this afternoon. Apologize.
Okay,
Chair.
everybody, please bear with us. Technical difficulties here, but I'm sure we'll get it rectified here shortly.
All this technology, it's always bound to do something at some point.
Indeed. Well, I imagine whatever's within this soon-to-be unveiled presentation will be very fantastic, since it's drawing so much.
know the suspense is killing me too, Chair.
I'm sure it'll be well worth the wait.
I was just getting to the meat of it. Rock and roll. Okay. Chair, may I continue?
Carry on, sir.
Thank you. So, focusing really getting down to it, and thank you for your patience. Getting down to it, I really want to spend the additional time talking about kind of staff's two main contentions as to why this should be denied. And really, again, the focus should be on 10 acres that's really at the corner of two collectors. Because as I mentioned, we can build by right what is on the frontage today. So if you look at this a little bit closer, the one on the left is the regional commercial zoning. The one on the right, obviously, is the vacant land, so that you can, again, clearly understand and see exactly the change that we're talking about, focusing it on this 10 acres. But before I get too farther, and there is a typo on this slide, I own that typo. There's not two general commercial designations. But as we look at it, I think it's important to understand kind of what the general plan envisioned for this area. And there's approximately, rough calculation, about 300 acres north of the 202. That's a mix of general office, neighborhood commercial, general commercial, and regional commercial. And that doesn't even include the general commercial that's south of the 202. And again, you can see the site that we're really focusing on changing tonight really being the 10 acres there. This slide was paused. I was going to get to it. I just had some other things before that, and so I won't belabor that point. But we believe that it actually creates a more viable mixed-use development, and that the Gateway Character Area's goals are actually being satisfied, as you see there. One of the things that staff indicated was that, and was critical of our report, was that their regional commercial zoning allows much more than just the retail. And Jim Rounds with Rounds Consulting is with me tonight, and if you guys have questions of him, by all means, he'd be more than happy to answer them. Because as Jim and I visited about it, what they looked at are viable uses. Because when we talk about entertainment, and nothing's materialized, quite to the contrary, we know where a lot of those entertainment uses have landed, over in the Santan Mall area, with Topgolf and Main Event and PopStroke that I believe is coming over there. So as we, again, look at it, we don't believe that the loss of 10 acres of commercial is significant, especially given its location of where we're talking about changing it. Keith put this slide up, and we actually kind of see this as a good thing, because what it shows is there is a demand in the area for housing. There's a need. Those existing multifamily units are running at about 94% occupancy. And we know that this area is a desirable area to live. There's not a lot of options for single-family housing in the area because the land has been developed. So there's very few opportunities to provide additional housing in this area. We think the comparison to Cooley Station is a little misplaced in that this area adjacent to major arterial, adjacent to a freeway, actually is an appropriate location for some additional residential density. And I think it's important to note, too, that in spite of all the good things that this area and the Morrison Ranch area has to offer, not only the existing 991 units that are there, but all the single family, it's interesting that in spite of many positive that commercial developers look for, nothing viable has been brought forward or discussed. And again, there's lots of positives to having multifamily, especially here where we can create an instant customer base that's within walking of the site. There was a recent article in the Gilbert Sun News, and I don't know if you all had the opportunity to see it. This was January 29th, so just a few days ago, where there was a forum that was put on with the economic development directors in the area, and they talked about it. And Dan Henderson was quoted in the article of saying, housing is an economic development issue. It's something that we take very seriously. And in discussions with the Office of Economic Development that I've had, again, the serious question that we've got to ask is, in spite of having a site that has great access, traffic counts that retailers and commercial developers would want, the demographics in the area, you're all very familiar with what the demographics are there, the quality of the housing, everything, that in spite of all those positives that would have most commercial developers salivating to develop it, it still has not developed it. And why is that? And so I think it's a fair question to ask as we go through it. Again, this is the Jim's Round report. I won't go to it into detail, but I think there's 4 things that if we need to get Jim up to talk more about it, that we can. Obviously, we're all familiar with the change in the retail landscape, the change from brick and mortar to e-commerce and the impact. There are considerable economic benefits and community enhancements that this development will bring, including the 10 acres. And despite some of these ongoing discussions that we kind of get tired of because there's a lot of noise, there still is a housing crisis and a real need for housing in the area. So again, as we look at it, the question that we were asked as we've gone through this is, what is the impact of this 10-acre rezone on it? Again, this is the best corner at this intersection. It is the going home corner, northbound Higley, eastbound Warner. It is the #1 corner at this intersection. And so, yes, is the regional commercial zoning appropriate for it? Yes. Is it appropriate for these 10 acres in the back that really front onto 2 collectors? We would submit to you that the answer to that is no. Because as we look at it, and again, as we were challenged, hey, what can the rest of this develop as? Mill Creek talked to one of the preeminent designers of commercial development, Butler Design Group. Rick's got over 45 years of experience doing commercial developments and certainly has a good feel of what makes sense. And so when you look at this site and what it can be, again, you've got 30 acres of commercial and over 250,000 square feet of commercial that can go there and probably should go there. Again, because of the traffic counts, because of the demographics, because of all of that stuff. So when we look at it, and this is, again, from the Rounds report, we think that this proposed rezone, again, on 10 acres, actually will hopefully help catalyze additional development. Again, it hasn't happened even with what's in the area, and so it begs the question, what's the appropriate amount? And you can see there, one of the things is, as we looked at it, and Jim can expound more on it, but average household spending of about $40,000 within a 5-mile radius. That's a good thing. And then when we look at e-commerce and the sales tax that's generated through online internet sales, that's going to be an additional approximate $1.4 million annually that the residents of this development will generate for the town. So thank you for your patience. Here's what we're trying to get to. I'm happy to answer questions. I know Jim Rounds is here to answer questions if we need to, but we would request your approval.
All right, thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone have anything else they wanted to bring Keith back up for to discuss in relation to the staff's?
I do. And maybe even one of the other commissioners knows, if I don't care about the breakdown of open space or landscaping on individual, as long as the composite is there, or but, so my understanding is overall, we're at right about 30%? Is that 31%? Is that the, and if we want to talk individual parcels, that's fine, but the bigger picture to me is the big picture.
Yeah, Chair, if I may.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Vice Chair Fay. So if we were to look at what would be required, and you aggregate them, kind of how Keith did earlier, the requirement for the overall site would be 33%. That's the regional commercial coupled with the multifamily. If you look at what we've aggregated, and as Keith indicates, we are proposing 31%. So effectively a 2% delta between what would be required overall versus what we are proposing.
Okay. Okay, yes, perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Is
Commissioner
it possible to go back to that map or the slide that has the honeycombs on it with the, so we could get a better idea? I guess it's Higley and kind of Warner. So I could kind of. So was there a traffic study done in this also? How that's going to increase the traffic on those streets?
Through the chair, Commissioner DeGravini, hopefully I'm saying that right.
It's close, it's DeGravina, but
DeGravina,
I'm used to
sorry.
being mispronounced.
I apologize for that.
fine.
Brennan gets butchered all the time, so I apologize for that. In terms of a traffic study, we did prepare and submit a traffic statement in connection with it. And then one of the things that we were asked to do as we went through was to do a comparison on this site relative to what the trip generation would be. And you can see on there, obviously, if this entire 15 acres was to be commercial, you can see the impact on in a 24-hour period, in AM and PM, you can see the impact. We analyzed then that trip generation for the proposal that is for you today, and you can see the delta between those two. As I mentioned in part of it, let me get the site plan back up. As part of our requirements as we've gone through this process is the requirement to construct and maintain a decel lane on Higley Road through that access a little bit north of Alona. And so, again, we did look at it from a traffic generation standpoint. We know that there's a lot of problems that exist out there today. I do have information if you'd like me to go into detail as to that, but I'll just leave it as far as the trip generation for now.
Yeah, it's hard for me to make a decision that's not going to create additional traffic. I mean, the streets are very crowded, and as we have more high-density units in that area, it's going to get even more crowded. So that's a tough one. I mean, it's.
So let me try to answer the rest of your question then with additional information. So as we look at this area, and I travel this road frequently, not as often as others, but we know that this area is impacted by a number of things and traffic coming off of Higley. And so as you look at it, this is designed to kind of have some blow up, some little vignettes so you can see the travel lanes and everything that's occurring. I'll get back to Higley and Alona and the school site in particular and the impact. But again, as you look at this development, whether it's this or commercial, there's a couple of things that I would point out. One, there already exists today a dedicated right-hand turn lane south of Alona to be able to get onto Alona. So that would be taking the residential traffic, commercial, whatever, anybody that wants to go that way, they are moving out of those travel lanes with the decel lane that exists today. I've already talked about what's going to happen on the north side as you get through it, and there's kind of a blow up of what's going on there. Further, as we move to the north, there becomes a choke point at Warner. And that choke point exists because what people think are 3 travel lanes to be able to go through gets restricted down to 2. And the reason that is because of there's no development on the north side. And there's not the additional right-of-way to create that necessary travel lane on the north side of Warner. I do know that there is an application that is pending. I think it's a design review application where hopefully that will be remedied north and that additional right-of-way will be granted. But because, as I understand traffic to be, they've got to move it at some point, and it just so happens that that choke point exists because of that. Again, you can kind of see there what exists. There is some of the right-of-way at Higley north of Warner that exists, but you see those stripes there to not allow it, again, because of the development further to the north. When we talk about Higley and Alona, one of the challenges that's faced at this intersection deals with the school. It doesn't deal with the traffic on the east side of the road. Because what ends up happening is, and you can kind of see here, where there's a real conflict deals with the left-hand turn lane into the school. And I've actually visited with town traffic staff about this particular issue. And you can see there that yellow highlight, northbound left turn lanes in, there's about 364 movements. Generally, when you're over 300, that requires 2 dual hand left turns. The other problem that exists here is that there's currently only 140 feet of storage, whereas typically the town requires about 250 feet of storage. So it's kind of the perfect storm. I know in talking with transportation staff, and I think Clint's here, and I talked with Clint about this, that this is one of the top intersections that's on the town's priority to try to figure out, because while we can send the traffic, you've got to be able to receive it on the other side, which is going into ALA. And I know there are discussions of a CIP project that would come and look at this. My understanding, and Clint can correct me where I'm wrong, that CIP is tentatively planned for 28. They have some funding available for it now, but are looking for additional funding to be able to kick off additional studies and design and ways to improve this intersection. This challenge exists whether we come or not. And it's something that the town looks at. Again, as we look at this from our perspective, we are, for anyone wanting to access the residential or access the commercial, there are certainly opportunities moving them out of the travel lanes with the decel lane onto Alona and then the decel lane off of Higley into our development. Hopefully that provides some additional information for you.
Yes, thank you. Still kind of indicates it's going to be a busy intersection.
There's no question that it is.
And I guess there's no way to compare if it was the number of cars going through there, if it was strictly what you proposed, or if it was commercial on the back half, because we don't know what commercial will be going in there. So it's hard to judge how many cars in relation to commercial or high density. So I don't know if that was looked at all either, because it's hard to do because you don't know what commercial would be going in that back half.
It was, through the chair, Commissioner, that's this trip generation comparison that you see on here.
Okay.
The way that traffic engineers look at it when it's undevelopable is they look at the acreage and they presume that, all right, this type of commercial in this type of setting, we can presume, in this case, a gross floor area, GFA, of 1,000 square feet. So they would presume that you could get approximately 135,000 square feet of commercial on the entire 15 acres, and that's where these figures are generated from. It's something that not only did our private engineer do, but I know the town, in making assumptions, goes through a similar exercise.
Okay, well, thank you. You went into great detail there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have any questions for the applicant before we? Okay. All right then, does anyone else have anything else that we would like to ask Keith or staff, traffic, anything else? All right. Then we should note, I do not have any comment cards currently. Is there anyone here that wish to speak on this item? Sir, if you want to speak on the item, if you could fill out a yellow comment card. And you want to speak on this item? Oh. One moment. Are you Tyler Jones? All right, I found it. Okay, please come up, sir. We have Tyler Jones. He is opposed to the item. He wishes to speak. And you'll have 3 minutes. And just state your name and your address, or if you're a Gilbert resident.
Yep. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tyler Jones. I'm a resident of Gilbert. I'm also a former Planning Commission member of the town of Gilbert. I stand here tonight in opposition to the proposed Madera-Gabriela Point multifamily project. Neither the requested plan amendment nor the zoning change is justified. This area within Gilbert was not intended for dense multifamily housing, according to the general plan as stated, and was previously indicated by staff that this area is already the second highest concentration of apartments in Gilbert. The project would lead to more congestion right at the corner of one of the town's busiest and most dangerous intersections, and further complicate traffic flows with the ALA school across the street. This area needs more commercial uses as it is already zoned. I hope you will support staff's recommendation to deny the changes. Let's keep this the town of Gilbert and not the city of Gilbert, and be thoughtful about how we develop these last few parcels of land. More apartments is not the answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Okay, then with that, no one else wishes to speak on this item. I will close the public comment and bring it to the dais for discussion, and look to my fellow commissioners for discussion, motions, etc. It appears as though their presentations have also been sent in error. Commissioner Simon.
So, I kind of kicked this one around for quite a bit. I struggle with the amount of residential multifamily going into this area, just because we really don't know what's going to happen with the property to the east. Obviously, it's the 600 and some apartments, I think is what we said, 600 and some units going in there to the east. And once that's developed, you know, what type of interest could come to this parcel? I think I'd be more interested if we saw more multi-use on this with regards to along Alona. I think that there could be some interesting aspects of office and or retail with loft above or residential above. So I'm just not really convinced that we need to jump quickly to get rid of what regional commercial we have left in the town of Gilbert. So I'm hesitant to push forward on this at this time, just because I'm curious to see what's going to happen. There's 2 apartment complexes going in, one right now to the east of this project, and then one in the Morrison Ranch, the final Morrison Ranch project to the north of Warner. And I think that with those, we'll start seeing some interest in these other regional commercials that are available. So I think at this time I'm leaning towards not supporting approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Simon. Any other discussion? Mr. DeGravina?
I was going to say, I kind of mirror Commissioner Simon's comments. It's a tough one. There is a housing shortage in Gilbert, but there's a housing shortage nationally. Traffic is an issue. So it's a tough one, but I'm kind of heading towards denial also.
No, and, you know, and I'll just interject that there's a number of items that are discussed that, like the housing shortage, that definitely exists, and there's laws within the legislation that are going to restrict the ability of a body to be able to legislate, or dictate what we want there for things and parcels that are zoned for residential. And, you know, there is some reluctance. I understand, you know, where Commissioner Simon's coming from, that the, you know, and the history here, that I think all of us were here. I'm not sure if Commissioner Lyon was, but we had a number of study sessions where originally it was brought in as the mixed use. And it was a new zoning characterization we had where, you know, it kind of weaves throughout it. And it didn't quite meet that, you know, and through a number of iterations, we came back. And I would also point out the design is awesome. You know, I think they did a very good job, but it comes to that fundamental question, and I think it's the question that both Commissioner Simon and DeGravina are talking about, is the trading of the general commercial. Now, I'm not one to say right or wrong. I do know that the Chamber of Commerce is staunchly opposed to any trading. I see and I feel what the developer deals with. I mean, I understand this is not a situation where they or we as the town of Gilbert are going to selectively say, hey, we want to put this in here, and then it magically happens. There are a significant amount of market conditions that take place to where you would even get into this. There is a reason why, I don't know what that reason is, but why the commercial has not gone in yet. You do have freeway access. You do have the fact that if you put in what is actually allowed by law, traffic is actually worse with all of that commercial. But all that being said, then it comes down to, like I said, there's that fundamental difference. And I've met with the developers and talked to them, and I've talked to staff, and it is a difficult one, because I do think it's a beautiful, beautiful development. But is it something where you can take and say, at this point in time, when we have any of the tax issues that are happening, that it's worth? Because that's more of a decision of, is it the best interest of the town? And I think that's what we all need to be able to decide. And if it is that we think commercial can come, maybe, but if not, you know, I also look at, there was one other thing, and I guess, I don't know if anyone else picked up on it, but there was something about the density, and there was a discrepancy, and I should have asked Keith that, but I've closed the public comment, so that's too late. You know, and I think I'll take it back even a step further to the idea of the character area, or whatever the actual classification is. I'm an engineer, so that's a little different, but to have the general office here, anyone who's worked in the space of large office right now under the post-COVID conditions understands that it's a very difficult market, and that is not something, although there is a shortage, that shortage is sort of artificially inflated by long-term leases that are going to come up in the very near future or already have. So anyway, that was just some of my input, but I wanted to at least share it to pass it along to everyone.
Chair, if I may.
Please.
I just want to make a comment with regards to the office, and I hear this a lot, that the office is not being used. I would completely agree that Class A office is not being used. Large office spaces, 20, 40, 50, 100,000 square feet, we're not seeing that move. But I think that there's definitely a need for smaller office space, you know, 1,000 to 3,000, 6,000 square feet. And I don't know that we have that type of inventory in the town of Gilbert. And so that's when I talk about office, I'm not really going to the high Class A. I'm probably looking more of what I would consider a Class B, smaller office space.
Right, and I think that right there is why we end up in these situations where we get these zoning questions, because of you have high interest rates right now that's causing a difficulty to get financing. You're able to finance larger, more dense projects, multifamilies, easier to get a note on, and hence a lot of those would come through. When you're talking about 1, 2-story, what is really the need, the profitability margin within that, unfortunately, is not there. And that's not to say anyone's good or bad, but that's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I'll weigh in a little bit here. I think where I've kind of fallen on this all the way through is I feel like when ALA went in across the street, it really did change the whole character of this corridor. So I don't know that it lends itself to the feasibility of having so much commercial. I feel like the parcel that they've provided for commercial is pretty substantial and could support this very well, especially with the additional commercial to the north. I feel like there's still viable options to the south for some office to go in there, but I agree the large offices are no longer something that we'll probably see a lot of. The area where I kind of stick is the number of apartments. I feel like with Gabriella Point it's being constructed, but it's not there yet. We don't know that impact. It is a huge, huge development. I'm less concerned about the ones in Morrison Ranch because they are more of yes, they're multifamily, but they're less apartment-like. So I feel like it's a different type of living situation. So I'm not really counting that so much. So I do have concern about the number of apartments. I feel like it is a little premature in that we don't have those impacts yet. But generally, do I think it's terrible to have apartments in this particular area? No. It is near the freeway. I think it blends well. I think it's a beautiful development. I don't think it's going to negatively impact the neighborhoods to the east. I think traffic on Higley Road, these arterial roads are built to handle a ton of traffic, and they can, they can handle it. I don't know that the commercial is going to be that different as far as impacts in the future. So I guess that's my struggle, is the number of units and the fact that we don't know yet what that impact's going to be. But otherwise, I don't have a concern so much with this development and losing the commercial in this spot. It's just a matter of the impact of the number of apartments. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Line, did you want to jump in on this? Yeah, there you go.
Sure, I'll try to keep my comments brief. I think I would echo a lot of what staff said. I really took it to heart, the points that they were making, and I'd also like to see the Pollock report that is still coming. I think that would provide a lot of information. But even without that, I feel like we really need a compelling reason to move forward with these remaining lots, We have to be really thoughtful in our approach as we reach build out, and I am concerned about the density in that area. I have visited that particular intersection when the ALA students are all coming in, and it is intense. And just thinking of all those apartments and all those people just trying to get to school, trying to get to work, oh my goodness, how many light cycles will it take just to get through? So until we have a little bit more information, I wouldn't feel comfortable, but I think even without that information, it's just not the right project for me, and with all respect to the applicant and the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Lyon. Okay, we've had a lot of great discussion. Any more from you, Honorable Vice Chair?
Yeah, usually I'm one of the more vocal.
That's why I was concerned, actually.
I've actually kind of been going back and forth in my mind as over the course of this discussion. But it fundamentally, there's a few pluses and minuses, but it fundamentally comes down to the character of the area, how much putting this high density in there versus the free market capitalist nature of the society we live in. Yeah, so.
No, I agree. I think that a development of this sort that has commercial amenities is definitely a very viable product. There can be discussions of whether it's the right place and time, but then whose right is that to impose them? But then there's one thing that we're deciding is whether to make the switch, and then that's where the difficult decision comes at this time. But since we're all here, I suppose that somebody may have to make a motion. So I'll entertain a motion one way or the other by one of my prestigious commissioners if they're so inclined.
Chair,
Commissioner Simon.
are we taking separate motions or are we doing them both in one?
I would imagine it's separate, yeah.
Separate? So Chair, I'll make a recommendation to town council to deny GP 2402 as presented.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Simon in denial, in agreement with staff. Is there a second?
Well, second that.
We do have a second from Commissioner De Gravina. Do we have any discussion now? Okay. We'll go to vote then. A yes vote is saying I deny, correct?
Oh, crap.
Could we
Would you
restart?
like me to
Yeah,
reset that? Certainly, Chair.
Just to be clear, a yes vote is that we're denying it.
Correct,
So we hit the green.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, motion is to recommend denial.
Motion carries 5-1. Okay, the other motion, if someone is so inclined.
Chair, I'll make a motion to recommend denial of Z24-10 Madera Gabriela Point as presented by staff.
We have a motion by Commissioner Simon. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Vice Chairman Fay. Any discussion? Assuming not, please cast your vote. And once again, remember that a yes is denial. Okay, motion carries 5-1. Thank you all very much. Moving on to the next item on the agenda. Item number 11, GP 24-05 Tustin Ranch Minor GP and Z 24-12 Tustin Ranch PAD Amendment. And we will be bringing up Ms. Kristen Devine. Number 12, okay. And one moment, I'm going to grab a water, actually.
And Chairman, Kristen Devine is unavailable tonight, so Veronica Gonzalez will present.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Veronica, I apologize. I need a water. One moment. Okay, please carry on, Veronica.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm here to present case Z2412 and GP 2405 for Kristen Devine, who is absent today. So the property we'll be looking at tonight is approximately 39.95 acres located at the southwest corner of Greenfield and Pecos Roads. The request before you is to change the general plan land use designation of the site from the existing general office and general commercial to residential 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre, as well as a rezoning request, which includes a proposed PAD amendment and to rezone SF 35, 15, and 10 to single-family 15 and 10 with some development modifications that include proposed deviations. So after the property was annexed in 2000, the general plan land use designation was established as residential 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre. And it remained as such until 2008, when there was a minor general plan amendment to change the designation to community commercial and business park. And then in 2020, the designation was changed again to general commercial and general office when the general plan was updated and brings it to its current land use designation. So this brings us to today and the request before you, which is the minor general plan amendment to change the land use designation back to the residential 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre to be consistent with the proposed request. The rezoning request is to rezone from SF35, SF15, and SF10 to SF15 and SF10. It is also to amend the development plan, as well as amend the PAD with proposed deviations to setbacks, landscape, and lot coverage percentage. The previously approved development plan included 76 single-family lots. It was gated and had private streets and did not include a 1.5-acre out parcel located along Greenfield Road. The new proposed development plan before you still includes 76 lots, will still be gated and have private streets, but now includes that 1.5-acre parcel. 2 points of access will be provided, one at Greenfield Road and another off of Columbus, which is along the west boundary of the property and intersects with Pecos Road. The Columbus access point will connect to Pecos Road. This project does propose larger lot sizes, and the applicant is requesting certain modifications to development standards. Within the SF10 zoning district, the proposed reductions are to the front setback to 15 feet to livable, 20 feet to the garage, and reducing the rear setback to 25 feet. In the SF15 zoning district, the reduced setbacks are 20 feet to the livable or 25 feet to the garage in the front, reduced side setbacks of 10 foot for each side, and an increase in lot coverage to 40%. In both the zoning districts, the homes will be restricted to single story, and the applicant is also requesting a modification to the required 50-foot by 250-foot arterial landscape arterial intersection landscape buffer. The same amount of landscape will be provided. It'll just be distributed along the street frontages instead of being concentrated at the corner. As you recall, this project was brought before you at the November study session. Some of the feedback you provided was some concern with the rear setback deviations and that only one access point was provided at that time. Well, there was general support for the proposed density. To address your concerns, the applicant has modified the rear setback request for the SF15 to meet LDC standards and limited all homes to single story. They've also increased the SF10 lot depths and have provided 2 primary access points. So we do have a change to the staff report that you received pertaining to condition F. And this is a revised condition that I have before you here that has been worked between staff and the applicant. And the applicant is agreeable to this new language. So with that, staff is supportive of this project and recommends that the Planning Commission recommend to the Town Council approval of the minor general plan amendment and rezoning requests subject to the conditions in the report with the revised condition F. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Anybody have any questions they'd like to cover prior to having the applicant do a presentation? Okay, thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
If the applicant is here and would like to come up. There you go. It's got to go red. No, do it again. There you go.
Red is on.
Yes.
Green is not, or clear. Hey, Veronica, this is not my presentation. I'm just kidding.
Let the record
Sorry.
reflect,
I
let
couldn't
the record
resist.
reflect that developers have jokes. Okay.
I couldn't resist that one. I apologize. She gave me a heart attack earlier today, so I owed her a little bit. So thank you, Veronica. Sean Lake, 1744 South Val Vista Drive, here on behalf of Tri-Point Homes, who is looking to develop this site. We appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening and to present to you really is going to be a great project that is located directly west of the LDS Temple. Many of us are familiar with that intersection. Let me just kind of walk through this site. So you can see the land is currently vacant. We currently sit directly west of the LDS Temple, which is shown on the right-hand side of your screen, and then the Somerset development in and around that vacant land and the residential Somerset and Somerset Villas to the east of this project with existing large lot, we'll call it county, but they're currently in the town, development to the south of Bonanza and also to the west. The original development, and this exhibit really shows it, but you'll see the original development that was approved for the existing zoning carved out that little notch, which was the homestead. And so when I show you the next plat and some of the acreage, the difference between the approved zoning and the approved, or the plat that was approved, excluded that notch. So keep that in mind. And so when this Tri-Point came in to acquire the site, they've acquired that notch so that there is no exception parcel. So when we talk about rezoning from R35 to, we're talking about that old homestead here. So that kind of gets that in mind. The existing general plan is not consistent with the approved zoning. The existing general plan is for general commercial in the corner with general office. For the balance of the site, office, that would allow office and light industrial uses. But that's not consistent with the general plan, or consistent with the existing zoning on the property. We are requesting that the general plan be brought into conformance with not only the existing zoning, but the proposed zoning. And so that is the request first, is for the general plan amendment to go to residential 1 to 2, which would be consistent. As staff pointed out in their presentation, on the left is the existing zoning as it stands today and has been in place for many years. You can see along the west side and south side, it's wrapped with an R115 PAD, which was to provide a buffer to the residences both to the west and to the south, with the internal portion being an R110. What we are proposing is largely similar to that, with a SF15 wrapping both the west and the south sides, with the center portion of it as you get closer to the intersection with the SF10, which is the equivalent to the R110 and R115 with the old code. We've put side by side the approved preliminary plat on the left. You can see with the approved preliminary plat, the main access was off of Greenfield Road. It had the larger lots along the perimeter with the 10,000 square foot lots along the inside with accesses both to Pecos and to Greenfield Road. On the right is the proposed plan. Now, while we acquired that additional out parcel, which was about 1.5 acres, we kept the same number of lots. So the density actually decreases from what was approved, because when you keep the same number of lots but you add acreage, the density went from 1.97 down to 1.9 homes per acre. The main access point is aligned now on Greenfield Road with Grandview Road, which was put in when the Temple and the Somerset development went in. So that entrance off of Greenfield Road is now aligned with Grandview, so that, because that's what traffic engineers tell us to do. let me go to the next slide as we start to talk about this project. As a result of both the study session that we had with the Planning Commission and also a meeting with the neighbors at the neighborhood meeting, we made changes to the plan to address concerns. And let me just kind of walk through. Originally, we had one ingress and egress onto this site off of Greenfield Road. That's all that would be needed. That's all that was required for this gated community. That concern was expressed not only by the neighbors, but by the commission. So an ingress and egress was added along the west side to Columbus, which we're dedicating and improving the right-of-way for Columbus Road along the west side that will then access out to Pecos Road. So that's a full, you can come in to the project and you can leave the project off of Pecos Road. We also show the entrance and exit, the ingress and egress maintain it off of Greenfield Road. As a result of working with the neighbors, the old plan had single story only along the perimeter, both along the west and the south side. We moved the entire project to single story, which necessitated some of the deviations that we're asking for a little later because we're going to be doing only single story homes as opposed to going vertical. They would spread out. We are making improvements to Bonanza, which is the road along the south. So we will do our north side improvements, which will include a detached sidewalk or trail that we discussed with the neighbors, curb gutter sidewalk, landscaping, and then we will be working with the town on the improvements to Bonanza that's condition F that staff pointed out, to really finish off with a concrete banding on the south side that minimizes disruption to the neighbors to the south, and then mills up and relays a new road along Bonanza. Even though we're not accessing Bonanza and will add zero traffic to Bonanza and have no impact upon Bonanza, we were working with the town to do that as well. One of the changes, obviously, from the original plan, we have less density, we have more open space, and the average lot size is increased from what was originally approved. The lots on the original plan had lots going down to 10,000 square feet. Our smallest lot is 10,800 square feet. So the average lot size went up for the overall project. And again, as a result of the study session, we've removed some of the deviations, particularly with rear yards, and made lots a little deeper as well. As a result of the neighborhood meeting, we also have a right turn decel lane on Greenfield Road into the project. There was a concern about the amount of traffic on Greenfield Road, we understand, so we put a right turn lane into the project so that you can pull out of the flow of traffic into the decel lane and then safely turn into the project from that point. So that was some of the improvements that we changed with the project as a result of the study session and then working with the neighbors. Staff went over the list of deviations. This is just kind of a comparison of what was approved today, and staff, I think, already went over it, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this very detailed spreadsheet. And then staff went over the revised condition F, which we agree with, the revised condition that we will work with staff. Let me point that out. On the improvement to Bonanza Road on the south half, typically developers do their half-street improvements. We agree to do that even though we're not accessing Bonanza Road. But we also agree as a request of the town to work with staff on finishing off the south half to clean it up so it just doesn't stay that uneven edged, and we work with the town staff and use our best efforts to work to get through that. That would necessitate working with neighbors and doing some improvement plans, and then the town, who's obligated on the south half, would pay their share of that improvement through a reimbursement agreement, and that's what the condition F refers to. So we think this is an overall a very good project consistent with the existing zoning. We're asking for a PAD for some deviations and then incorporate that out parcel. We've reduced the density because we've added more acreage. We've increased the amount of open space. We've added single story. We've maintained those buffers. We're doing improvements all around the site and actually enhancing the fire, because along the neighbors to the south, they only have access off of Bonanza if a fire breaks out, and so we will be dedicating right away, and there'll be some fire access off of Columbus. So making improvements to the area that we think is beneficial to not only the neighbors, but the property owner, and will be a good project at the end of the day with this large lot development. So we think this is a great project. We think it will fit within the area and is consistent with what's going on with what's going on in the area. And so we would request your support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lake. Anyone have any questions they would like to direct at the applicant? Commissioner DeGravino.
Yeah, great detail, thank you. I was trying to go through my packet when I was studying it at home, and now I don't recall the square footage of these homes, or did I overlook that?
Pardon me?
The square footage of these homes, or did I overlook it?
I'm told by the home builder 3,200 to 4,800 square feet.
Okay, I think it's a great project, it looks good, fantastic that it's single story. The only concern I have, I wish we had more or less, it's the missing middle. I mean, you got the apartments in the high end, you got the gated communities, a lot of police and teachers and whatever that can't afford, especially with this housing shortage. So that'd be my only concern. You met all the requirements, the deviations aren't that radical. It's nice, I just wish there was more towards that missing middle for our up-and-coming young people. So, thank you.
Commissioner Line?
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question, and I remember when this came up in study session, but I didn't have a chance to ask it. I know this is right across from a really iconic site in Gilbert, so you only get one chance to develop a site like this. So it's a pretty exciting project, and you know, a lot of people are going to be really excited about these homes. And I don't want to make any assumptions, but the location to the temple, I think, will draw a lot of families or people with grandkids. I noticed that in the list of amenities, it didn't include any kind of play structures for the kids. Is that still the case? And this is just coming from me. I'm a new mother. I have 1.5-year-old twins, and just knowing you need something for all those kids, all those families. I just think it'd be something you might consider.
We will take that under advisement and consideration.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is a question as much for the applicant as it is for the city who is negotiating condition F, and I might be the one who's about to go nuclear here. Essentially, the new condition F is that the two sides will agree to negotiate the thing that they have been unsuccessfully able to negotiate up until this point. And I guess I don't see any benefit to anyone to kick this down the road. Either the city is going to have the developer build the other half street in addition to the half street that you're required to build, or you're not. And I don't see we're all at the table now. This is like a giant loose piece, and I know there's different people on this commission who feel differently about what we should be doing here, or what the city should be doing, or the town should be doing. But regardless of any of that, it seems like we're here now. The project, it seems to me we almost ought to continue this item and resolve this issue and come back and vote on this item when this is resolved, rather than just kicking the can down to, we'll negotiate in good faith down the road, because the negotiate in good faith is notoriously hard to define later. So, and this is as much, I'm not, you're standing here, so you're kind of getting the dragon's breath, but the city's off to the side of you, someone, and I don't know who exactly was the negotiating part for the city here. So it's kind of for both parties. I don't see the benefit to delaying so item, or condition F, either it is or it isn't, and I don't see the benefit to having it sit in limbo right now. And I'm welcoming,
Chair, could I respond to that?
Please do, yes, sir.
Yes.
State law, according to the state statute, during a zoning process, allows a city or a town to exact right-of-way for roadway improvements and those things. State law, through their subdivision regulation, which is a different section, allows cities and towns to exact not only right-of-way, but improvements. And the way the courts have interpreted that is that you do your half street. So, for example, if I develop adjacent to Gilbert Road. I will do my half street of Gilbert Road, and the person on the other side of the street would do their half, and that makes a whole street. The town does not have authority to require a property owner through the statute to do a full street or both sides of the street. And so our position is we're happy to voluntarily work with the town to do that. And we've done that. I've done that on many projects, and I know people have been involved in projects where the city has come to it and said, hey, you're doing your half street. While you're doing it, we'd really like you to do the other side or do it over here. And that's when they work cooperatively together. I had a concern with language that required improvements because I believe that's a violation of state law. It's a violation of case law. And so holding a gun to a developer's head to do something that the town is not allowed to do, I have just intrinsic problem with that. That's why the language says we'll work with you on doing it. My preference is just not have it. I'll work with you, but I don't need a condition to commit to the town that we'll work with you to develop somebody else or the town's obligation. But the town wanted a condition, and this was the wording that we came up with.
So essentially, and I know I'm not giving the town a chance to speak, your position is, it was totally fine for you to tell the town to pound sand on this item. And you didn't. You said, here, I'll do this, I'll play nice, or, but you could have just said, hey, town, no, that's not doing that. Is that essentially?
Correct. We believe we are not obligated to do the south half of the road. There's nothing that could obligate us or to require us to do that, but that's not who Tri-Point is.
Okay. I agree with you. You're required to do your half street. I don't know that there's anything that forces you other than a condition to do the, usually developers want to jump at this because there's usually a chance to maybe bury some of your fixed costs on the design or something into the city's half of things that usually it's financially beneficial. But I agree. I don't see a way the city could force you to do this. Does the city have anyone here who wants to jump in on my? I don't know who negotiated this half for the city, so.
Yes, hello there, Chair and Commissioners. Tom Condit, Development Engineering Manager. We have been working with Tri-Point Homes for some time on this development plan. It is a very unique roadway network, particularly on Bonanza, Lexington. We also have been working on Columbus. Unfortunately, the timing was such that we couldn't get to that final design and get this agreement in place before bringing this forward to you. So that hence the condition. Again, we believe the new condition is adequate for us, and we believe we can work with the developer. Obviously, you're making a recommendation to council on the rezoning. We hope to be able to get that agreement, the language of a simple agreement like this worked out in the next month before it goes to council. I think it's a month before we go to council.
And then the plat forthcoming as well.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what about Bonanza? What's unique about Bonanza? That looks about as ununique as any road in the town.
Well, there were a lot of discussions. I'm sorry, Commissioner Fay, Vice Chair Fay. We have that road identified as a collector in our circulation element. Mm-hmm. And there's a whole lot to the story. I don't want to get into too much detail, but basically when we look at connections through to Mercy, is it Mercy Road? There's no way we can make that connection. So we looked at it, we decided with us and the developer that it made more sense as a local road. Again, these are things that went on over weeks and weeks as we looked at this and tried to figure out how to reconcile the various elements of this. The other thing is that Bonanza Lexington on the south side, when developed in the county, we have 30 feet of right-of-way instead of the 33 we would have for a collector or the 25 we would have for a local. So just a whole lot of different things going on with this.
Looking at your picture, whoever the developer was, man, they did not great job on that their half street. Okay, I think I understand. I think it comes back to it in terms of my kicking it down the road. It really fundamentally, and I think he's probably right. You could say no, we're not going to do that. You can't require us to do that. We're open to talking about it. And we'll even go one step further. We'll even let you do this. We agree to negotiate with you. Is that essentially what I'm seeing?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for letting me vent and kind of talk through it. I'm sorry if everybody already understood this from the get-go and I just delayed the meeting. Thank you.
No, I think it was a good discussion. I mean, it's right. I mean, luckily, nobody's holding guns to heads, but we do also have to take into account that we are being asked to acquiesce something here. So it isn't as if there's no considerations being given. So I think it's a valid question. Any other questions? No. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lake. I can tell there's been a lot of people here, and first of all, thank you for your patience. If this was your first meeting, I hope you're still alive. Okay, we will start. We have Ty LeSueur, and he is opposed to the item and wishes to speak.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Again, my name's Ty LeSueur. I'm a resident of the town of Gilbert. I also live in the Somerset community at 2726 East Wyatt Way, Gilbert, Arizona. I also represent the development team that did the Somerset development. We've owned the property since the early 90s, worked with the town of Gilbert on Greenfield Road improvements, Pecos Road improvements, was part of the development team for the LDS Temple, and have certainly watched what's happened around this intersection for many, many years. I did put on the paper that I'm opposed to the project. Quite honestly, I think this is the best use for the property, and would love to see this project move forward. I think it is the right project for this property, and the applicant is doing many things right. As you guys identified in the study session, a concern about the transportation plan, that's exactly why I'm here tonight. What the applicant didn't tell you, what the traffic impact analysis that was submitted doesn't tell you, and what the town of Gilbert traffic engineers that reviewed the site didn't tell you, is that probably 80% of the traffic from this site is going to be moving northbound or westbound. So just to give you an idea, the closest grocery stores, Winco, Costco, Aldi, roughly a half-mile away are west of the site. The Gilbert Public School District boundary, eastern boundary, is Greenfield Road. All of the schools, Quartz Hill Elementary, Campo Verde High School, South Valley Junior High, are all west of the site. If you look at where people are going for commuting for their jobs, heading to the freeway, heading to the Dignity Healthcare Hospital campus, heading to Rivulon, heading to Phoenix, Tempe, Scottsdale, all of the other places where jobs are north and west of the site. So again, I'm trying to paint a picture for you. traffic is going to be moving north and west of the site. The current transportation plan, as shown on this exhibit, again, primarily dumps all of the traffic on Greenfield Road, and the applicant is only proposing a right-in, right-out on Pecos Road. What I would love to see happen for this project is to better balance the traffic in and out of this site by introducing a full movement access, a median break in Pecos Road that would allow for not only right in and right out movements, but left in and left out movements as well. I had a presentation that I wanted to show to you tonight. I'm surprised that we're not able to do that, but the part of that presentation would have shown you that the amount of traffic on Greenfield Road, while the traffic counts are lower on Greenfield Road than they are on Pecos Road, if you look at the traffic on a per lane basis, Greenfield Road has 2 lanes in each direction south of Pecos. Pecos Road has 3 lanes in each direction east and west of Greenfield. You would see that there's actually more vehicles per lane on Greenfield Road than there are on Pecos Road. So the more prudent approach, the safer approach, is to consolidate the traffic to Pecos Road, not Greenfield Road. I understand the applicant has put together a plan that shows an entry-exit point on Greenfield Road. I'm not asking that we remove that, but what I would like to see is the applicant put in a full movement access median break on Pecos Road. One of the other exhibits I would have liked to shown you tonight is putting my money where my mouth is. We have 5 access points into the Somerset neighborhood. 3 of them along Pecos Road that have medium breaks, 2 of them along Greenfield Road that allows for full movement access. It's helped us disperse the traffic that our subdivision generates, and we would like to see this applicant attempt to do the same thing, disperse the traffic, better balance the traffic on the 2 arterial roadways by moving to a full movement access on Pecos Road. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions or concerns that you might have.
We actually aren't allowed to ask questions, but thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. After the, yeah. And I was just going to point out that I think in the future, if anyone else is doing this, I believe you can email things to the town and then it can be included. So it's not that it's not allowed. It's, I think there's a plug-in issue, but just as a caveat to that. Okay, moving on now. And if I butcher your name, I do apologize. I could blame your penmanship, but Mindy Pace, and she just says she wishes to speak and has remained anonymous as to whether she is in favor or against. So please come up, miss, and state your name and your residence. 3 minutes, thank you.
Hi, I'm Mindy Pace, and I live just south of where this is going to be in the Acre Homes. We've lived there for now 26 years. And so, as you can imagine, we've seen a lot of growth in this area. I am really excited about this project. I think it looks awesome. We're excited about the single level. I am also concerned about just having, we were concerned with just the one access onto Greenfield Road, so I'm glad that they added the other onto Pecos. I too would love to see a median where you could turn left out of there as well. Yeah, I know there's lots of my friends and neighbors that have more to say, but I just wanted to my 2 cents. I know coming in off of Greenfield into our neighborhood is always very scary. Just trying to turn right and come in there, I'm always worried we're going to get rear-ended. We're always looking behind us. There's several accidents along there at all times. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to Becca Bickham. Just also, she says she wishes to speak.
Hi, Commissioner. I want
Miss,
to.
I'm sorry, just please state your name and then your residence.
Oh, Becca Bickham. Sorry, you got it right.
Yeah.
I'm alliterated. Similar to my other neighbors, I live kind of catty corner across from Mindy. We've lived here for 8 years. We love it. And I want to say also, this is a beautiful plan. Like, I don't have like a fundamental opposing. I mean, we love our field, but we know that the improvements are coming, and this isn't, I'm not fundamentally opposed to it. I want to reiterate the same things, that traffic, like the north and the west traffic is where people are going to want to go. And for their own residents, they're going to be frustrated by what is presented. And that's the only reason that I'm opposing it right now. Their own residents are going to be frustrated because they're going to be trying to go to Costco, and they're going to have to go completely around, and they're going to try to go to elementary schools, and they're going to be really fighting that traffic on Greenfield Road. I would really like to see like a deceleration lane onto Bonanza. I know you guys were talking about Bonanza. It is a unique road because it used to be County Island. It was annexed. The road improvement was not part of that plan. I was not here during that time, but it's residential, so it wasn't a developer who had it. Like you notice that road is horrendous. I mean, you can vibrate while you talk as you're going down it. And so I'm glad to see that they're working it out, but it does need to be, it will be impacted. I know they said it won't be impacted, but it will definitely be impacted. And also, when we originally were with them, the buffer of the Bonanza Road to the back of their homes was bigger. Like you can see in that original plan before, like there was a lot more green space and green belt space given to merge our neighborhood into theirs. Like we're acre properties, and now you see like it's super tight and narrow. And at least from what I looked at, it's going to narrow the street, which is already like very narrow for that traffic. So, but again, like overall, I'm happy to see people come in. It is a beautiful community. We're excited for families. I also think that there should be something for kids because that's what this area attracts. So I'm not fundamentally opposed, but I just wanted to make sure that those pieces get brought up because they're going to be significant, and this is your chance to solve problems that will occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Rena Schmidt. And please come up, 3 minutes, state your name and your residence.
Hi, my name is Rena Schultz, and I am at 3472 South 157th Way, and right into this development that is coming. Not going to take too much time other than to just say the traffic on Greenfield is horrendous, just like everyone else has said. Development is beautiful, but the traffic, we do hope that something will be done to help us. As my neighbor and I were coming, there was an accident almost happening right in front of us, coming in and out of across where they're going to be building that street coming out. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we now have Scott Archibald. He is opposed, but he does not wish to speak. We have Darren Hughes. He is opposed and he wishes to speak. Please come up, 3 minutes, state your name and your residence, sir.
Hello, my name's Darren Hughes, 3409 South 159th Street. I live adjacent to this property, and I'm opposed to the rear setback changes and the narrowing of the right-of-way on Bonanza from 25 feet to 20 feet. So when this community and the zoning was first put into place for this parcel many, many years ago, it was a compromised agreement and the SF-15 was a transition and a buffer between the 1 acre home sites and the 10,000 square foot home sites. And so the 35-foot rear setback was put in place, the 25-foot right-of-way was put in place for that buffer area. And just as a point of clarification, they're asking for an increased lot coverage. I think that's fine. They're asking for reduced side setbacks, reduced front setbacks. I think that's fine as well. But you look at the area within their proposed setbacks, it's 7,600 square feet, and their percent lot coverage can be 6,000 square feet at 40%. So why do they need so much extra buildable area when the lot percent coverage won't allow it? They'll still have in excess, almost 20% over the buildable area within the setbacks if that rear setback could be maintained at 35 feet. I would like to ask what the cross-section of Bonanza looks like, because there hasn't been a lot of information. Right now, from my property line to the edge of the road, it's 29 feet. That was an old county road, probably dirt at one time. Somebody just came in and put paving on it. Gilbert has done very little to maintain that road other than some patching and maybe some chip sealing, crack sealing, those sorts of things. So that is a big concern to get the south half of Bonanza finished, but we don't want to narrow it down. We also don't want it to be so wide that the cars drive down it as they do right now, sometimes going very fast. There maybe needs to be some planning, some traffic calming to reduce the speed going down. And then the traffic on Greenfield, so south of Pecos, it goes from 3 lanes to 2 lanes. And so they're talking about a decel lane into their community on Greenfield. It is so close to the access onto Bonanza that people are going to get confused. They're going to get into that decel lane because you're going from 3 lanes to 2 and the traffic is being pushed and you just want to get over. And there's going to be people darting back into traffic to avoid whatever barrier they put between their entrance of the community and Bonanza. Thank you very much. I want to thank you for your service to our town.
Thank you kindly, sir. Next up, we have Connie Dicker, and she wishes to speak. Same thing, state your name, residence.
Good evening, council members. I'm Connie Dicker. I live off of 157th Way. I have lived there for over 20 years. I've seen it develop, and it's all great. I think I echo what a number of folks with the traffic. I do have a couple of suggestions. Could it potentially be looked at where that is an exit only going off of Greenfield? Potentially. So example like Jake's Ranch, for example, they have that where it's an exit only off of there, so that way they're not coming and going off of there. And is there also a way to potentially look at the Pecos entrance as the main entrance with Tustin Ranch as you enter there, instead of having that be a main area off of Greenfield where all the traffic is? The other piece is coming off of Grandview and where that's going to connect. There is so many times where there's accidents potentially happening there because of the way Grandview comes. There's also a school bus stop right there, and there's heavy pedestrian traffic going to and from Discovery Park. I am adamantly opposed of having that at all off of Greenfield, but if there is a concession that we can be made. And then I also have thought about, could we potentially time the gate? I know that the HOA communities do have the ability to time the gate. So weekends, you could use it, but peak periods, no. And I also worry about the backup of the traffic turning in and out of the gate. As you're turning in, oh, I don't know the number to get in, and then it's clogged up even worse off of Greenfield. So I am opposed unless we can figure out the Greenfield situation. Otherwise, I think it's great if we can solve for that. So my primary would be to have an emergency only there. But thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Okay, and next we have Sean Housley, who wishes to speak.
Chairperson Munt, Vice Chair Fay, Commissioners, thank you for your opportunity to address you, and thank you for your service to the town of Gilbert. I am Sean Housley. I live at 3470 South 158th Place, which sits 3 houses south of Bonanza. We raised our 5 children in that home, and we bought that a little bit over 20 years ago. We love Gilbert, and I appreciate your service and your commitment to keeping Gilbert the best place for families. I have 3 requests, which I believe the majority of my neighbors share. My 3 requests are: first, that the main entrance and exit to and from the Tustin Ranch neighborhood be to and from Pecos Road, not Greenfield. Second, if the town and developer cannot provide the main entrance and exit to and from Pecos, I request that the main entrance and exit be along Bonanza Road, and that Bonanza Road be improved to handle the increased traffic. And third, I request that Bonanza Road not be intersected by the proposed Columbus Road, and that Bonanza Road not be used as a circulation route from Pecos Road or the Tustin Ranch neighborhood. Please consider the reasons for these 3 requests. First, the request that the main entrance and exit be from Pecos. Pecos Road is 3 lanes in each direction. In contrast, Gilbert Road is 2 lanes in each direction with a very heavily used median. You can see from the map that's already up that the distance between Bonanza and Grandview is very short. People are turning left on Grandview into the median, and they're turning left from Pecos to go north in the median. We've already got a pretty dense situation in the median right there. Let's see. Both cases of left turns are across traffic, and people have become conditioned to dart out into the median to avoid the cars that are speeding both directions. And it's a bit like playing Frogger already. I'll point out that our neighborhood has 40 homes. The proposed development, which I actually like, I think it'd be a great use of the land, is going to be a 300% increase in that population in that area. Because they have roughly 80 homes. So, okay, let's see. Pecos Road, in contrast, being 3 lanes, is more suitable to have a dedicated left or right turn median in the current center island. In addition, unlike Greenfield, Pecos Road currently has no uncontrolled cross traffic. So the segment of Pecos Road between Greenfield and Mercy has nothing. I mean, it's perfectly open to having an intersection there, unlike Greenfield, which has them all the way up and down Greenfield. Second, if this developer in town are unwilling to make the main entrance along Pecos, I request that the main entrance and exit to Tustin Ranch be along Bonanza, but only if the town and developer work together to improve at least several hundred feet of Bonanza such that it is widened to handle that increased traffic, hopefully with a left turn and a right turn dedicated lanes out of Bonanza so that vehicles will be able to turn separately. In addition, I request a controlled intersection at Bonanza and Greenfield to accommodate the additional traffic. Again, this is only if we can't have the primary entrance and exit be on Pecos. Furthermore, note that Greenfield shrinks from 3 lanes to 2 lanes, as been previously commented. That happens immediately south of the Greenfield and Pecos intersection, right about where Grandview is. It pinches to 2 lanes. And I request that that reduction be moved further south so that Greenfield can remain 3 lanes until you get south of Bonanza. And it sounds like the applicant already has been willing to address that with a dedicated right turn lane. Lastly, and I'm almost done here, I request that Bonanza Road not be intersected by the proposed Columbus Road and that Bonanza Road not be used as a circulation route from Pecos Road or the Tustin Ranch neighborhood. Nearly 20 years ago, the town of Gilbert agreed with our neighborhood petition that Bonanza Road should not be used as a circulation route. That's why there's some weird, unique things that have been mentioned about what happens on the west end of Bonanza, and there's no access currently to the north, is because of that petition nearly 20 years ago, 2008, I believe.
Okay, sir, your 3 minutes has expired, so.
Thank you. I appreciate your consideration.
Appreciate it. Okay, that, I believe, concludes the comments as it relates to this item, unless there's anyone else here that does still wish to speak. Please let me know. Okay, then from the commission's vantage point, do we have questions for either the developer or staff in relation to some of the comments? Commissioner Simon.
I have questions, but I don't know if we want to give Mr. Lake an opportunity to address anything that was brought up.
Yeah, Mr. Lake, you can come back up. I assume the questions were going to go to him, so, yeah.
Chairman, Commission members, Sean Lake here again on behalf of Tri-Point Homes. We appreciate the opportunity. Quite frankly, we appreciate working with the neighbors. We had a neighborhood meeting and we addressed a lot of the comments. A lot of the comments, quite frankly, were positive relative to the development. And so we're glad to hear that, and we believe what we're proposing is a great, great project. A lot of comments dealt with traffic along Greenfield Road and Pecos Road. This is a unique area. Really the on-ramp and the road you want to be on, from my perspective, is Greenfield, because that's where the freeway on-ramp and off-ramp is. If you take Pecos to the west, Pecos doesn't have a freeway on-ramp or on-ramp. So if I'm leaving this community and I wanted to go to work, my preferred option would go to Columbus, go take a right turn movement. We all know that a right turn movement onto an arterial street is the safer movement than a left. And I don't think adding a left turn movement onto Pecos makes it safer. I think we want to encourage people leaving this community to take a right turn on Pecos and then take a left at a controlled, traffic signaled intersection onto Greenfield. Then once to Greenfield, you can get to Costco off of Greenfield Road. You can get to the freeway. You can get to Market Street, which connects Pecos and Greenfield with Market Street that goes through to connect that entire area. And so, quite frankly, we think this is a good plan. We're willing to work. We're not here doing a preliminary plat here. That's coming up later, so we're really not talking about this. But to bring it up, we think the safer movement on Pecos Road, given the curve in the road, for those of you that have driven on Pecos Road, is a right turn lane. And we think adding a left turn out at a curved intersection when we want to encourage a more safe traffic movement of right turn on Pecos to a controlled traffic signaled intersection to go left on Greenfield is the safer turning movement. We have worked with our own traffic engineer, and they have submitted a traffic statement to the city. The town's traffic engineer reviewed it and approved it. The turning movements that we provide, or the access that we provide on Greenfield, was also the same access, generally in the same location it was previously approved. It was just shifted up to a line, shifted to the north to align with Grandview. And so we are not proposing something that hasn't been existent since, I think that plat was approved in 2008, for some time ago. So The access out onto Greenfield has been there for some time. Let me clarify a couple of things. Bonanza, there was some reference that we are narrowing Bonanza. We are not narrowing Bonanza. The blacktop that's there ranges anywhere in width from 22 to 29 feet. And so we will be installing our north side, and at the end of the day, you're going to have a 29-foot road there, because we'll be adding some blacktop, but we'll be finishing it off with a curb gutter and a detached sidewalk on the north side. And so you're going to have, in some locations, just about the same blacktop that kind of crumbles at the edges because it's an older county road, but you will have a milled up blacktop that will be relayed with a road that was 29 feet. I don't know that we want to go wider than 29 feet of blacktop. That's a neighborhood cross-section, and so we think that's a good blacktop width, and that'll be a new road with a ribbon edge. Hopefully, if we can work it out with the town on the south side, but on our north side, certainly would have a finished off curb gutter sidewalk. Landscaping along the same, it's the same width of landscaping along our south side as the previous plan showed. It's just some of that's in right-of-way where that detached sidewalk is going to go as well. And so it will be landscaped in that area. Rear yard setbacks was also brought up. The LDC has a 30-foot rear yard setback. We're asking for a 30-foot rear yard setback. So we addressed that issue along those perimeter lots particularly. Landscaping's the same, a little wider, 2008. I'm just going through my notes here. As far as shifting the entrance to Pecos Road, we like having a movement on Pecos and on Greenfield Road. That's our preference. That was what was shown on the 2008 plan. We think that's a safe, that allows for safe turning movements, both to Pecos. We, quite frankly, think the right in, right out on Pecos is a safer turning movement than adding a full left out at that location. But ultimately, at the end of the day, whether there's a median cut in the town's median is up to the town. I can't force the town to do a curb cut to allow something there. It's not needed by the traffic study. It's not needed by the analysis. But that's the town's decision on what the town wants to do with its road and its turning movements in its right-of-way. So with that, we think this is a great plan. We think this is a great project. It's going to be some really nice homes in a special, unique area. And quite frankly, I think this place is going to sell out extremely quickly with these larger lots and gorgeous homes. And so we think this is going to be a great project. We urge your support. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Anyone have any questions? Vice Chair, please kick it off.
And some of this might be, again, for the town, but I noticed the pre-plat, you're right, and I would have, the realignment of Grandview, I think is a valuable one. But you also realigned the north access to line up with Columbus. So one, could you still do, I assume you could kind of scoot everything over to the right or to the left. But I also have a hard time seeing a full access onto Pecos Road not requiring a signal. My gut tells me warrants are going to require a signal, and that signal would be too close to Greenfield. By the way, I want to thank everyone for their comments, especially, I think, was it Ty, the first person? If there was a template for how to present in front of a commission, boy, I wish everyone just nailed it like you did. And so I'm kind of surfing primarily off some of his comments about can we get an access onto Pecos or a better access onto Pecos? And I don't know that the lining up with Columbus is versus in the middle of I don't know that it really matters that much where it is, but a full access versus a right in, right out, and whether that would require a signal. Tom, you got any thoughts? Or maybe someone,
So, yeah, Chair, Commissioner. There's already a signal of mercy. Right. So usually, since there's, 76 homes?
76.
That would typically be well below the threshold for consideration of a traffic signal, so. Because you need egress, you need 70 for 8 hours or,
That's just one warrant, though. That's
Yeah,
one of 24 warrants.
right.
I'd have a very
But
difficult.
yeah, there's two warrants that deal with volume, and the other one's a 4-hour, which is like 60, which we wouldn't probably even meet one hour.
So you're saying you could put in a full access without a light?
Right, yeah. So yeah, our standard allows 660. There is the curve, so you'd have to check sight distance. There's maybe some vegetation. 'Cause around the curve, the trees could create a picket effect, and so that would just need to be checked. I know planning doesn't like to remove trees, so that's all that needs to be considered. And I don't know how that, if you push the access further east, I don't know how that affects, if they'd lose a lot or not, but that's probably something they would probably be worried about.
I think I saw the veins in his head when you said lose a lot. He tried not to react. Yeah, well, that doesn't help things.
But yeah, I just don't know as long as we can maintain that 660, you could have a full access. That curve needs to be looked at a little bit closer, but there's potential.
All right, then
I don't know if that's.
I would like to turf that back onto the city. The second question that I have is, is there no improvement on Greenfield associated with this project? Are we not widening or anything on?
So, yeah, Greenfield is a minor arterial. So up north is, by the mall, is a major arterial, so that's 3 lanes. So right here, they are going from a 6-lane to a 4-lane facility. So Greenfield, further south is just a 4-lane facility.
So it's already in its final configuration?
You're right, yeah. So they are doing the right turn lanes, which we call improvements on Greenfield.
When people called it 2 lanes, it's actually 4 lanes. It's 2 in each direction?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, never mind, that answers.
With the center turn lane, yeah.
If it's already in its final configuration, then I wouldn't expect you to be doing improvements other than maybe some curb alignment and stuff. Okay, I think that, so the Greenfield question is answered. The Pecos, right now, or, I'm not completely sure about the whole west, north and west, north, yes, but west, because you've got to go east to access the freeway here, or mostly go east to access the freeway. So is the city open to a full access on Pecos?
But, right, it wasn't looked at because it wasn't proposed, but it'd just be that sight distance would be my concern. So we're open, if you can meet our standards, then.
I get that. I'm not asking you to shoot a full traffic analysis from the hip.
But yeah, if you can meet all our standards, we're open for a full access.
And just a reminder, we still have a preliminary plat that needs to be reviewed. So this is something that we could take into consideration as part of the preliminary plat review.
Right, I wanted to get it out there, though, so, okay, that addresses my two issues.
Very well. Anyone else? Commissioner Simon?
Yeah, I'll just make comment because I had asked Mr. Lake to come up and make some comments, which you actually answered the questions that I had. And one of the things that I saw in the staff report was the 35-foot setback was for a 2-story house. We're going to 1 story, so that is 30 feet. So you're within compliance there, and there's technically no deviation on that. And then the other piece of it is, with regards to the full access on Pecos Road, I kind of look at it a little bit differently. If I was living here and I had to head to Phoenix, I would probably take Pecos to Val Vista to the 202, and then 202 out. So I don't know that I would go north to the 202 at this spot. So I probably would access Pecos there. So and looking at the space, I kind of feel like there's definitely enough distance, I think, in my head, and I'm not a traffic engineer, so this is just my layman-ness coming out, I guess. Not lameness, but layman-ness coming out. But I think that there is the possibility to potentially do a full access onto Pecos, and I think that should be looked at, but I understand we're not looking at the plat here, we're just looking at the rezone, which I think this is a great project for this location. I like the size of the lots. I'm glad you're not trying to force in a bunch of Z lots or something like that. I appreciate the fact that we're actually retaining some nice-sized lots in the town of Gilbert, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simon. Anyone else?
I'd like to just clarify.
Commissioner Davis, please.
I'd like to just clarify something. There was discussion about Columbus Drive, maybe some perception that that's going to be a road that's going to connect to Bonanza. Could you provide clarification on that, please?
Sure, and I'm going to walk very delicately here. We are only improving Columbus to our entrance. The town is requiring that we dedicate right-of-way for Columbus through to Bonanza. And there will be some fire access along through Bonanza, but not general access. Now, that's all I'm going to say.
Okay. I appreciate that. Generally, I agree with Commissioner Simon that it's appropriate for this site. It's a beautiful development. I don't have any major concerns, but again, I wouldn't be opposed if they put full access onto Pecos. I'd probably go that same route to head over to Val Vista, but I am supportive of the project.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to clarify some of the things for Commissioner Davis regarding Columbus Drive. Correct, it's only going to be improved to the entrance point to the development. From that point south to Lexington Bonanza, it'll be a roadway easement that will be improved with DG, and then there will be a gate at the Bonanza location, so there will not be any traffic accessing the roadway easement for Columbus at this time. Perhaps maybe emergency vehicles if it's needed, but I just wanted to make that clarification.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Veronica. Commissioner Gage, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to ask this question. Why are you requesting right-of-way for Columbus if it's not going to be built into a road?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Gage, it's a roadway easement that we are asking for from the entrance point to the subdivision south to Bonanza Road, and that is to allow for emergency vehicles if there is an accident or something on Bonanza Road that doesn't allow for that access in that location. The idea is that as the properties on the west side, which are currently zoned general office, so the idea is for those to eventually develop as non-residential, that they will then provide the area to complete the road to go north to Pecos.
Okay, but for the time being, because we don't know when those would be developed into office space, which is not super popular right now, it's just going to be DG for possible emergency vehicles for an area that doesn't have second emergency vehicle access right now, and then you're proposing to gate it, which would stop an emergency vehicle from actually getting to Bonanza. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are correct, and this is an attempt to improve the situation as it is, from what it is today.
Okay. I think I just fundamentally disagree with that request, but that's not going to be a conversation for tonight. But I just want to thank the applicant for being willing to play nice in the sandbox with the improvements on the south half of Bonanza. I think that's really nice of you. I was happy to see that condition be revised when it came through.
There's improvements or just right-of-way?
No.
Bonanza or Columbus?
Oh, on Bonanza, okay. You switched on me, see?
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I stopped myself from going down a path that wasn't
Just
gonna.
please. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's not confuse the chair. It's been a long night. Okay. Anyone else have any comments? Commissioner Lyon?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank all the neighbors for coming out. I really appreciate all the comments, and I think we all do. And I think that you guys are trying to help us understand the problems that exist and solve them before they become a bigger issue down the road, especially some of those traffic issues. So I think you guys know best because you're driving those roads every single day. And I'm hoping that we can take all this input and keep working together with the town and see what comes up the next time we see this case. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, then with that, I think we can close the public comment. Thank you both. And we'll bring it up to the dais for discussion or a motion. You know, I will just point out that I think that we may find ourselves in the predicament of the property rights of a developer to develop something and then the roads being the town's responsibility, but then not needing to. And in many times, we end up in a circular argument that almost makes it appear as though there's a deflection happening, and in fact, it's not the case. It's that there's a process as to how and when and what causes and triggers improvements. And I think that this discussion has helped to illuminate a lot of issues that will hopefully help to give foresight into the plating process. So, but Commissioner Gage, I see that red light on, so please go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve GP 24-05 Tustin Ranch for the minor general plan amendment request.
We have a motion on the table from Commissioner Gage. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
And Commissioner Davis comes in with the second. Any discussion further prior to a vote?
Yeah, it's one thing that, some of the discussion, we have a couple more steps in the, we've turfed it on to traffic engineering to look at that northern access that some of the concern was about Pecos Road. There's a couple more steps in the land entitlement process. So it's not like we're committing today and there's no more steps after this one, or there's no more chances to hammer that part down. I don't know what the answer will be, but there's still time on that part.
Yeah, so the clarification is that this is not in fact saying, okay, the way that this is laid out with the transportation and roadways is not in effect what will be in the final plating process, and we will see that again. So just to make you all aware. Okay, then let's vote. All right, vote passes. Now, is there a motion for the second portion of it?
Chair, I'll make a motion to recommend approval of Z24-12 Tuscan Ranch Pad Amendment for the zoning.
We have a motion on the table from Commissioner Simon. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner DeGravina with the second. Any additional discussion? Not seeing any, please cast your vote. And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you all very much for coming out. Very much appreciate the input, and I have a feeling we'll see you again. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 12, UP 24-60 Pho Sun Valley. And we will bring up Ms. Abby for presentation.
All right, good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Tonight we will be looking at case number UP 2460, which is an application for a conditional use permit for a new wireless communication facility. Moving forward in this discussion, I will refer to that as a WCF to keep things concise. All right, oh, sorry, I control the slides, forgot that. All right, here we have an aerial map. The subject site, the parcel is outlined in blue, is located on the southeast corner of Wrecker Road and Houston Avenue. This is part of the Town Meadows Planned Area Development Overlay, and it is zoned neighborhood commercial. The current use of the larger parcel is Guthrie Mainstream Services, which is a daycare facility for individuals with developmental disabilities. Here we have the site plan. On the left, it is the enlarged, and on the right hand, we have the dimensioned site plan. The WCF is proposed to be situated along the northern section of the property adjacent to East Houston Avenue. The proposed WCF is classified as a Category 3 in the Land Development Code, short LDC for short. Category 3 WCFs have a significant visual impact on surrounding properties due to increased height and fewer requirements for concealment. The proposed facility will include one 64-foot monopole and associated ground-mounted equipment, which will be located inside a 3,150 square foot walled enclosure that is 8 feet in height. The height of the pole is 60 feet with a 4-foot lightning rod attachment, equaling that 64-foot total. The support structure of the WCF is over 100 feet from the closest residential use to the north and east, and over 300 feet from the closest residential use to the west. There are no residentially designated land uses directly adjacent to the south of the subject site. However, a public facility and institutional zoning district does exist to that southern parcel, but the proposed WCF would be approximately 196 feet away from that zoning district. And on that parcel to the south is Town Meadows Elementary School. Access to the proposed site is provided from the existing access drive off of Houston Avenue. The proposed WCF will be unmanned and maintained as needed, requiring periodic visits by a technician to monitor and assure adequate operation of the facility. On the enlarged equipment plan, we can see that all associated ground-mounted equipment will be internalized within the 8-foot CMU walled enclosure. Here we have elevations of the tower, which does look a bit different from a traditional cellular or wireless communication facility. Antennas and other pole-mounted equipment will be concealed by the circular metal shields painted to match the proposed monopole. I'll give you all just a second to look that over. All right, here we have our required findings for approval. The following findings must be met to comply with town standards, and the proposal meets these required findings. We also have additional findings which also must be met to comply with town standards. The proposal meets these additional findings. Staff has received 14 comments from the public, all in opposition of the project, primarily due to health and property value concerns related to a new wireless communication facility. 10 were received online from the public comment form. I received 2 emails and 2 phone calls. In conclusion, staff does recommend approval of case UP 2460. All right, and any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Abby. Do we have any, Commissioner Gage, please?
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question. Are we proving just the use, or are we also proving this design?
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioner Gage. It is for the use and the design.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair?
Does this, the design, you seem to say it, I think, were you reading code? Does this aesthetic meet our code?
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioner. Vice Chair Fay, I apologize. Yes, it does meet code. You'll see we provided examples from Eastmark, and we do have a recently approved conditional use permit with the same circular design.
Any other questions? Okay. Is the applicant here to speak on this at all?
Yes, I do have the applicant present, and she does have a presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany, and I'm here on behalf of Vertical Bridge, which is the wireless communication facility builder for the proposed wireless communication facility. So several things that we're going to go over here, benefits to the community, the proposed wireless telecommunications tower location itself, health and safety, and then any questions that you or the public may have. So to start off, The benefits to the community, one of the main ones is increased coverage in the area. This will particularly benefit Highway 60 and the surrounding communities within the radius. The installation of the wireless communication facility will ensure public safety because it will increase coverage within the area, which will allow residents of the community and their guests to have better access to emergency 911 services. And the improved E911 triangulation will help determine where the emergency services are needed if a caller is unable to relay their particular location at the time of an emergency. Another benefit here is the expansion of wireless coverage. So this site will improve the overall coverage of the particular carrier and any future carriers that will co-locate on it in the future. And the last benefit here is the tower height allows for one additional co-locator to join, reducing the need for future towers in the future. So here I have a location of where the wireless communication facility is going to go. I've provided the lat and long as well if needed. So the design tower is a monopole. I know that there was some questions as the design of the tower. Initially, we worked with staff on trying to determine which design would work best for this area. Initially, a stealth design of a monopalm or a monopine was discussed, but it was eventually determined that that would not be a good fit for the area, and then we fell upon the shroud design, which you see before you right now. It is designed for the anchor carrier and then one additional carrier to co-locate on the structure in the future. And then as mentioned before, this will it's a preventative measure to decrease the construction of towers in the future. And the overall proposed height of the tower is 64 feet. Initially, we did opt for a 75-foot pole because that does fall within the ordinances, but we did work with staff and we compromised on the design and the height, lowering the height just to decrease the impact, the visual impact that it may have had to the area. So here is a picture of the compound layout. The initial compound size is 45 by 70 feet, and there will be a 30-foot wide non-exclusive access and utility easement going onto the main right-of-way. And as mentioned before, there is an 8-foot CMU wall that will be surrounding the compound, and there is an emergency backup generator that will only run in case of a power outage, and it will cycle for 15 minutes once a week, and it's no louder than a car driving by, so it won't impact nearby residential areas or the school. So as far as health and safety goes, there are radio frequency emissions everywhere. It goes all the way from your Bluetooth to phones, small cell sites that help improve 5G, 4G network for your phones, baby monitors, Wi-Fi, and then the macro sites, which is the proposed wireless facility, which just falls at the 0.1% of the FCC's limit. And then we just have a couple of leading health organizations' inputs on the effects of the radio frequencies that these macro sites do put out. So there's very little evidence to support any negative health effects in regards to installing these. And agencies like the FCC, which is the Federal Communications Commission, and the World Health Organization, they set limits on RF exposures to ensure safeties, and we do follow these as well as a carrier. And some studies, there's just no conclusive evidence that typical exposures from wireless communication facilities cause harm. So I'm here to answer any questions that you guys may have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions that anybody would like to pose for the applicant?
Now, this may be for the applicant, or maybe, my understanding is the discussion about the health effects is beyond the scope of what we're talking about tonight.
No,
So
and
that's-
I can actually clarify that. Yeah, we aren't actually at liberty nor legally, that's something that we are not discussing. And as like a board, we don't have any purview over that subject, so. So if you did have questions on that, that's not something we discuss.
Thank you, Chair. And just to clarify, not only do you not have the authority, but there is an affirmative prohibition against that consideration. So, yeah.
See, that's,
Thank you.
that's just the lawyer putting her paw on me. No, you couldn't if you wanted to. Thank you, Elena. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. All right, we have some comment cards here. I'd like to give everybody the time to speak, so I also recognize you guys have been here a long time, and I thank you for staying. Okay, we start with Rebecca Wilson. She is opposed to the item, wish to speak. She's opposed to the tower design, not a stealth pole such as a, well, I'll let you say it. Yeah, it's fine. It looks like mine. I'm like, did I write this? But go ahead. 3 minutes, state your name and your residence. Oh, if you hit the red button on the base and it'll go red. There you go.
There it is.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name's Rebecca Wilson. I live at 4213 East Harvard Avenue in Town Meadows. I've been there since 2007. I've seen a lot of development. I work in environmental consulting. I actually worked with cell towers for about 5.5 years, several years ago, and I've seen lots of different designs. My main concern with this is I think the design is awful for our area. I think it makes the area look more industrial. You know, she mentioned Eastmark. Well, Eastmark's a newer community that has a lot of retail involved. There's a lot of houses and there's retail right there. So I can see how in a community like that, that sort of design would fit there. It wouldn't be as obtrusive. I feel like here it just takes away from the visual. It's very, I mean, I drive by here every day. My daughter goes to Town Meadows Elementary. I just think it's odd. I thought it was strange that they didn't do a monopine, or, I mean, I think a palm tree would probably look a little weird here, but it would be better than a pole with the shrouds. It just doesn't blend into anything, and it's probably about 35 feet higher than any of the trees that are there. My thought was, I'm curious why they didn't move it up to ATAC. There's more industrial properties just to the north of here, and then there's a lot of already existing infrastructure to do co-locations on the transmission lines along Recker Road and in the vicinity. So that's kind of my thought, is that I'm not sure why they didn't go for those types of developments that are less intrusive, and then if it insists on going, my opposition is really the design, that it should be made something that's actually blends in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, we then have Jeffrey Bracken. He's opposed to the item and does not wish to speak. Just wanted to make his opposition known. James Fowler, opposed and wishes to speak. Mr. Fowler, please come up, state your name and residence, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is James Fowler, and I am a resident of the town of Gilbert. And first, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your service. Someone has to do this job, and I'm glad it's you. Second thing is, I'm an RF and systems engineer for the federal government, so I have experience in these areas. And apparently, there are legal prohibitions on some of the things I would discuss. But as the first speaker pointed out, there's a lot of existing infrastructure to the north. She didn't even mention the dark fiber that SRP has in the area that could be used for backhaul, which would make more commercial space available for other tenants on a tower located in a different location. I'm getting old. We already have 4 towers in our area that are accessible because I've measured and I know. And I believe that the presentation by the vendor was disingenuous as far as reducing the need for future towers. If we look at the development of 5G and 6G technologies, we're actually just adding more and more towers in order to handle the increased bandwidth requirements, along with increase in devices. A lot of my objections were also to the location. Oh, the backup generator will also need to be serviced. They run on natural gas, which is not available in that area. The city of Gilbert, for whatever reason, didn't put it in that neighborhood. So there'll be a service truck coming to that site regularly to provide gas to power the backup generator that's going to be running. So there's a little more busyness going on right next to an area where there's a school, as well as developmentally challenged individuals who do occasionally escape the confines of theirs. Unfortunately, it's not been a busy area, so they remain safe. We can discuss traffic concerns, right? As far as health and safety. Yeah, well, if the mast fell, it wouldn't reach the kids while they're in school at the elementary school to the south. Know if I can say. Some of those same frequencies are actually microwave frequencies, and yes, you do have to take those things into account. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'll just, remind that in no way am I restricting anyone's free speech. If you wanted to talk about, I just meant what we as a board are able to speak on. Okay, next up, we have Aaron Chapman, opposed to the item and wishes to speak. Mr. Chapman, please come up, 3 minutes, and state your name and address. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, staff, you guys have, God bless you for your endurance at least. One question, would we allow a man with that type of background to have another round because of his belief he could not speak on something because of what the town attorney had stated? I would ask that be done. Myself, I am at 4086 East Houston, which is directly across from here. I've owned 4090 East Houston since 2002. I have never had a signal problem in that area, just for the record. Additionally, I'm in the real estate finance industry since 1997. I was ranked #1 in the state of Arizona and #7 in the United States with over 1 million people that do my job. I spoke on multiple stages. I've been a guest on over 300 podcasts talking about real estate, finance, economics, and the markets. I have spoke to thousands of individuals buying real estate across the country in 30 states. I've evaluated thousands, tens of thousands of appraisals. What I'm here to talk about has to do with the perception of what people will see when they see something like that in that neighborhood or any house they're looking to buy. Because of my background, I've represented American Association of Private Lenders and Think Realty to speak directly to members of the United States Senate, United States Congress. I've sat down with directly the Senate Banking Committee to discuss things on property values. And one thing that I will say is the perception of a person buying a home, when you have to legally disclose something to this effect and what it is, what will happen to the person that might be purchasing that home? If you look at studies, there's been studies from the National Association of Realtors as well as other organizations that says we could have a difference in property values between 8 and 20%. My property directly across the street and other properties adjacent have property values in excess of $2 million. That could be anywhere from $100,000 to $300,000 that I would endure a haircut for the sake of somebody else's scrolling speed. I believe, it is my belief, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, that the town of Gilbert, its elected officials, and its citizens are not in the business of taking from others to benefit somebody's scrolling speed. So there is probably just on my street alone, the ones that would be impacted within 100 to 200 feet of that particular location could see 7-figure differences in their property values. And it's not a matter of actual value or opinion of value. It's the narrowing of the people that would be interested in purchasing there. Because we know that economics 101 is supply and demand. The demand will drop and the supply of buyers will drop with something like that staring directly across the street. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have Charlize Bracken is opposed to the item and wishes to speak. Please come up, Ms. Bracken, and state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, I am Charlize Bracken. My family and I have been Gilbert residents for 36 years, and we live on Houston Avenue. My comments are concerning this tower, this wireless communication facility on the corner of Houston and Recker Road. Looking at the map, let's see, the map on the left, So you see Town Meadows there, and at the top of it, you see Guthrie Mainstream Services. That's where the cell tower will be located, and as was mentioned, that is a daycare for individuals with developmental disabilities. That cell tower is actually in the playground of that daycare center. So those children and those adults that attend Guthrie Mainstream Services will be exposed to low levels of RF radiation the whole time they're at the daycare center. Next door to the south, just right next door, is Town Meadows Elementary School, where 650 students grow, learn, and play. If this permit is approved, these children will be exposed to low levels of RF radiation while they attend school. To the north is Houston Avenue, and to the east is the Town Meadows subdivision, where most of those children live. If the wireless communication facility is allowed to be built, these same children will be exposed to low levels of radiation while they walk home from school, play with their friends, eat dinner with their families, and while they sleep. Exposure to low levels of RF radiation 24 hours a day, every day, for years. You may say that the FCC claims it is safe. There's a problem with that, though. The FCC issued safety guidelines in 1996 based on studies done on 220-pound males. No studies done on women, no studies done on children, and no studies done on long-term exposure. In fact, in the 39 years since those guidelines were developed, a U.S. government review of the full body of recent science has simply never been done. Because the FCC has refused to consider new science and has refused to update the guidelines, a lawsuit was brought against them and the FCC lost. On August 13, 2021, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit ruled the Federal Communications Commission ignored scientific evidence and failed to provide a reasoned explanation for its determination that its 1996 RF emission guidelines adequately protect the public. The court ruled that the FCC's guidelines for safety are not evidence-based and can no longer be presented as an assurance of safety. The FCC cannot say that going to school and living near a wireless communication facility is safe. Therefore, this planning commission cannot claim with assurance that it is safe. There is a solution that protects the children of our community and still allows for connectivity. Move the wireless communication facility to a more appropriate location, away from schools and homes. Image number 2.
Miss, I was just going to let you know your 3 minutes is up, so if you could wrap up, please.
I will. I am done. So see the little red icon? That's where the proposal is, and go half a mile north, and you see where I've circled it. All of that, there's no homes and there's no schools, and that's a half a mile north. So I respectfully request that this commission vote to reject this proposal in order to protect our children, who are our future and our present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have, I think it's Levi Wallace is in favor of this item, does not wish to speak. Then I have Shelley Cranford, and Shelley wishes to speak. Please come up and state your name and residence and 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Shelley Cranford, and I live at 4126 East San Pedro. My husband is coming back from a business trip, so he texted me what he wanted me to say. He said, "My name is Ty Cranford, and I live in Town Meadows Estates for 16 years. I have served on the board of directors for the past 10 years and currently serving as president. My wife, Shelley, is kind enough to share my voice as my work has taken me out of town today. I share an opinion as well as a voice from the community through people reaching out directly as well as utilizing social media forums directly connected to our neighborhood. It is clear that we oppose the 60-foot tower that will change the dynamics of our neighborhood visually as well intrusively from quite a few backyards. The commercial property where it's proposed is nestled in between communities as well as directly next door to an elementary school. When the property was deemed for commercial use, it was specifically approved with the intent of a daycare facility. for the children. This would be easy choice for the town council to approve this, knowing that it is next to an elementary school in the middle of multiple neighborhoods. The property has since changed to a different business, a great business that is not intrusive to anything or anybody, and zero issues with the business. The concern is a tower that has nothing to do with the business. This is the opposition. I understand business and the desire to make money on your property, but not by installing an intrusive commercial tower in an area that does not belong. There are multiple areas around town classified as commercial that can erect this tower and not be issued because it is in the right location. Respectfully, I ask that you deny this request as it does not serve the current business that the property is on, and it intrudes to the neighborhoods immensely, that are immensely opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Don't know that my wife would do that, so that's pretty cool. Okay. Jesse Garcia is opposed to the item, does not wish to speak. Jamie Platt opposed to the item and wishes to speak. Ms. Platt, please come up and 3 minutes, state your name and residence.
My name is Jamie Platt, and I'm a resident in Town Meadows Addition. Thank you so much for listening to these concerns. First, I have several reasons why I oppose this tower. First, the proposed tower will be 1.5 blocks out my front door, and I don't really want to look down the street and see that. It's highly visible and, in my opinion, an eyesore. The proposed location of this tower is in the middle of what at one time was a sleepy bedroom corridor full of residences. And when we bought our home 20 years ago, we never imagined that our community, Town Meadows, nor the large residential communities of Carroll Ray Ranch, as well as others, would become a radiation corridor. And I say this because according to data from Antenna Search, there are already 59 towers within a 3-mile radius of my home. These towers include AT&T, Sprint, Nextel, T-Mobile, Verizon, and various other carriers. We do not need another one placed so close to our residential community where there are non-residential options available for towers. We also do not need the value of our property to be impacted by a highly visible environmental concern. It would be of note to mention that there are several homes at the end of my street which will have this tower really essentially in their backyards, and in my opinion, that's unacceptable. Secondly, this tower will be located on the property of Guthrie Mainstream, who operates a facility for special needs individuals and within very close proximity to another Gilbert Public School, Town Meadows Elementary. Although the argument will be that the tower will be FCC compliant, it is important to note that they have conducted 0 studies since establishing these guidelines in 1996, which was previously mentioned. The EPA also has, the last report they've done on any environmental impact was done in 1986. Vulnerable children and special needs individuals do not need to be exposed to another tower emitting radio frequency radiation, where there are already, as I mentioned before, 59 towers within a 3-mile radius. As a parent of children who attend Town Meadows, the fact that Guthrie Mainstream is willing to place this on their property is a questionable decision. Lastly, I want to reiterate that this is a long-standing, well-established community and not an area being newly developed, an area which might need additional tower support. The only newly developed community nearby is a large City of Mesa multifamily complex on Baseline and Wrecker. And if by chance this tower is additional support for this complex, I feel that the City of Mesa should take on the placement of the tower. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. And then we have Daryl Morrill is opposed to the item. Daryl he didn't say whether he wants to speak, but I see him moving forward, so hence he does. He says, why a cell tower on a residential street? All right, Daryl, just state your name and 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, I'm Daryl Morrell. and I appreciate your service and your endurance. This has got to be grueling. I live at 4112 East Houston Avenue in Recker. So I can just, the first house on our street west of Recker, or I'm sorry, east of Recker, this tower will be the view out of their front yard. It will be, and I hate to say it this way, but this is one of the ugliest cell tower designs I've seen. Especially if you add the second sort of, it looks like it should, never mind. So this design is completely intrusive. I live 2 lots to the east of this house, and again, it will be the dominant feature looking out of my front yard. Looking at the document that was submitted for this proposal, it shows the cell towers that are within a 2-mile radius of this proposed location. I actually spent a while on Google Maps. This is the only cell tower that would be on a residential street. Everything else is on either a major street like a Baseline and so on. This would be the only residential street that has a cell tower. And so my question is, why would we put a cell tower on a residential street? As you can see in the red area up there, several of us independently looked at where the obvious place would be to put a cell tower up, and it's obviously 1/4 to 3/8 of a mile north of this current location, where there is a car repair place, a storage place, several other industrial areas. It makes a lot of sense to put it there. It doesn't make sense to put it in our yards. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I believe that concludes the public comment. It's just to check, though, as a final check, is there anyone else that did not fill out a card that still wished to speak? All right, very well. Thank you all very much. We actually can't have well, I guess from a legal vantage point, as an individual that spoke, able to speak again, if in fact he thought he couldn't. It was, because he had spoke, but he didn't think he could mention things because of the restrictions, and I said he can say whatever he wants. Well, as long as I don't get in legal trouble, I'll allow it. Please come up, state your name, and take 3 more minutes, sir.
We're not even going to take 3 more minutes.
Yeah.
We're all tired. James Fowler, live in Town Meadows, resident of Gilbert. No, just was going to point out that the testing that they do for RF testing is generally on larger males. You can't test on children. It's unethical. Aside from other things, but we do know that from other tests on animals and things like that, that the radiation does have an impact. And one of the issues that we have in testing on children as well, or even knowing like aspirin and ibuprofen and those things, is because children change so much and so quickly developmentally through those years as they're growing, that we really just, it's so difficult to understand the impact that that's having on them. Really don't want it. A lot of these frequencies, the frequencies from 1997 are different. We've expanded the frequencies and also cover microwave frequencies and stuff now that weren't tested at that time. So just remember that some of the claims being made are not as clear as they sound. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, then with that, I will close the public comment and bring it up to see if we have any other questions, or if the applicant wanted to speak to anything outside of the health. But otherwise, I can bring it up and we can see if there's questions for you. If you'd like to respond to anything that was spoken to outside of the health, which I guess if you really wanted to, you could, but just know I can't take it into account.
Sounds good, thank you. I just wanted to make another note. I know that the tower design was something that was of concern to a lot of people. As mentioned before, we did meet with staff and they denied the monopine just because they're, like you guys saw in the presentation, that surrounding area, it doesn't really blend in very well. A palm wouldn't really fit into that space either, so they had suggested that artistic approach to the design. We would be open to exploring a different type of design if needed, but that is the one that was recommended to us based off of previous approvals of conditional use permits. So if that was something you wanted to address, then we could definitely look into that and work with staff on getting that fixed for you guys. Thank you.
And I do have a question then, since I have you here. Why is it that you chose to put it by a daycare? Like, what is, like, when you do your siting, what is it that drew you to this? I mean, is there some triangulation of, like, there's a dead zone? Or was it just, this happened to be an opportune area where they wanted to get some cash, so they were like, yeah, sure, you can put this here, and it was more expensive to go up the street? I want to understand, I don't understand that very well.
Understandable. So as I mentioned, there are some surrounding existing wireless communication facilities in that area. Our site happens to fall within the center of that, so we're kind of closing, not necessarily a coverage gap, but definitely offloading some of the other sites within the area. So we're in the center of those surrounding sites that have been previously mentioned before. And we do scout all of, we're giving a specific area to put a wireless communication facility, and we do outreach to parcels within that area. So we do that via phone, email, and then letters as well, and then they reach back out to us with their interest in it. So that's kind of how we settled on this particular location. It was one of the interested landlords reaching out to us, expressing interest to have that on their parcel. So
Interesting. And so, and then just one more question, then I'll let someone else talk, but I can't get over the fact that this looks like somebody is cooking marshmallows. I don't know if anyone else noticed that. I even made the joke that if you did it, you should make the building on the bottom brown and then a black top, so it looks like a s'more.
Right.
But are these somewhere else, like, this design exists?
Personally, I have never seen a design like this for a wireless communication facility, but as I've mentioned before, staff recommended this particular design to us. So we would be open to changing it if needed, but yeah, this is what we were given, so we agreed to originally change it from a mono pine to this.
Okay, no, very good, thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
Commissioner Gage, please.
I thought this personally looked like a double-decker lamp. But I guess everyone's idea of what is artistic is different. This is very ugly, and if I lived anywhere near here, I would not want this, so my vote is a no.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Gage. Commissioner DeGravina.
I was going to say something similar, is that I know people that want to put billboards up search for certain areas, and sometimes these landowners like the additional cash. I look at this as no different than putting a billboard in that same area, so I'm opposed to it also.
Thank you. I guess I should caveat this with, if we don't have questions for the applicant, we can close the, okay. You do? Okay, 1 second, ma'am, I'm sorry. Commissioner Davis.
Sorry, Chair. I just want to clarify, so when you were talking about how you pick your locations, I understand that, you've determined that there's certain ones that you can't co-locate on in the area. Is there any leeway in that distance? I know you said you're in the center of that area where you're feeling like there's kind of missing coverage. Is there what's the leeway on that, as far as, it sounds like you just maybe didn't get interest from other property owners in the area and that's how you settled here? But what would be, like, say it did go to that area where the neighbors had highlighted to the north, where you have more commercial, you have more industrial, would that site work just as well? If there was interest from the property owner, would you have been able to make that work?
It would depend on how close to other existing facilities the interested landlord would be, just because we don't want to obviously have them overlapping each other more than they already are. Right now, where this current location is, it's pretty ideal for the search ring that we're trying to have that facility built in. So to answer your question, I don't know that it could move any more than it already is, but yeah, that's all I can say on that right now. Thank you.
And as far as the design goes, I am familiar with the one in Eastmark. It's got 4 of these marshmallows on it, but at least the stick is a different color, so it actually does look like you're roasting marshmallows, and it's set way further in. It's, close to some apartments, but it's unusual. But in this particular location, I don't like this design at all, so.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant or staff? Commissioner Simon.
I don't know if this is a question or a statement. Maybe it's directed at staff, maybe it's directed at the applicant, but my understanding is that
Went in with that monopine stealth design as our first option, and then staff came back. They were like, no, that doesn't blend in with the surrounding, and then they recommended this, but they can touch more on that.
Chair and Commission, thank you. Stealth design is required in this zoning district. Initially, we did have, as the applicant stated, a 75-foot monopine. Pine trees in Arizona grow to an average of 30 to 50 feet. We felt that this sort of stealth design would be different and better for the area than just the regular cell tower that you would see normally. We did get it down to 64 feet. We can make a condition of approval if you would like to remove the shrouds. We can work on an alternative design if that is the only issue, or we can continue this.
Okay, with that, is there any more questions for staff or the applicant? All right, well, thank you both very much. I will now officially close the public comment. Bring it up to the dais for discussion and/or a motion.
Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Simon, please.
I agree with other comments on the dais. I don't like this design whatsoever. And if it was being put in my backyard, I would not be happy. I've seen the monopines, albeit a little bit tall, it'd probably look much better than this in this area. I don't know that continuing this would really make much of a difference one way or the other, because I think that if we were to continue, we would need to give some very specific direction to staff. And I don't know at this point what that direction would be, other than look at alternative designs. And I do know that typically these facilities are, I mean, as the applicant stated, this is a landowner who's been given an opportunity to potentially lease space on their property for this product. So, I mean, I'm no specialist, can't speak to the health issues or anything that comes along with RF. So I don't know how to go down that road. So I guess where I would sit on this is, if it were to be presented as is, I would say no, just because I am not in favor of the design. The rest of it I don't know enough about to really speak to. So.
Not only that, you can't speak to it, sir. Yeah, just to clarify, because Elena's staring right at me. There's like laser attorney eyes coming right into my soul, and I'd rather not. So, for me, I don't understand personally the reason. Like, if there was a reason in the town of Gilbert that, oh my God, if we don't have this cell tower, our lives are at risk, or we're gonna have, I'm not gonna be able to play stupid games on my phone. And without that, then there becomes the aesthetics, property values, all of the other things, not to mention the fact that it's located in a rather unique area that I don't understand well enough why, as a town, that's 100% a necessity, And so that, I'm with you. I don't know that a continuance, but it's difficult for me to make sense of it based on the information, because I'm not finding that catch of why. But that being said, just wanted to share. I will entertain a motion or more discussion if you're so inclined at this late hour.
I was just going to say, Chair, I think you summed it up perfectly.
Chair, if there's no more discussion, I'll attempt the motion.
Please carry on.
Chair, I'll make a motion to recommend denial of UP 24-60, Faux Sun Valley.
Second that motion.
We have a motion in the negative from Commissioner Simon, and we have a second from the Vice Chair. Do we have any further discussion on the matter?
I just want to make sure if we press the green, we're denying.
A yes is a no,
Okay.
yes. Okay, please cast your vote. All right, motion carries for a denial. Thank you all very much for coming out, and thank you all for the interest this evening. It's been...
This is usually the people are upset with us, so we need to bask in this moment.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, moving on now to the administrative items. Administrative items are for the commission's discussion and action. It is to the discretion of the majority of the commission regarding public input requests on only administrative items. Persons wishing to speak on an administrative item should complete a public comment card form indicating the item number on which you wish to address. The commission may or may not accept public comment. We go into the communications. There is no executive session. We have a report from chairman and members of the commission on current events. I see Commissioner Gage has some current events, please.
I was just wondering if we could discuss the temperature up here. It is freezing cold.
No, as a matter of fact, we
Okay.
will not, because it
Thank
was
you.
actually quite comfortable.
And
Thank you.
I'd like to
That
pack
is not
on to
on the
that,
agenda.
but if we could get some water bottles, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I guess as a current event, the refrigerator, I had to drink a Sprite. Full sugar.
I think somebody should keep counsel out of our refrigerator, so.
And it's not a disability, but I do have what doctors consider a bit of a weight problem, and a full sugar soda is not ideal. So I just want to point that out to all the members here. All right, moving on, we'll go to item number 15, report from the Planning Services Manager on current events, Eva.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with Commissioner Gage's temperature, and we'll look into that. This is
Yeah.
crazy.
It's one of the only times I've been comfortable wearing my jacket. And Commissioner Simon is not allowed to say he's cold because he's sunburned from standing outside watching golf all day while I worked, so. Okay, well then, I will now entertain a motion for adjournment if anyone would like.
I will make that motion.
We have a motion from Commissioner Gage for adjournment and a second from Vice Chair. Please cast your vote.
Come on, Noah.
It's not ready yet. Eva, are we gonna vote? We have to vote on the adjournment? I'm about to gavel it.
There we go.
Okay, here we go. 7-0. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all very much for this 3-item meeting. You should have asked. I would have given it to you. It would have looked hilarious to see my jacket on you. It's like the opposite of Tommy Boy. Not a fat guy in a little coat, a little girl in a fat coat. And Abby, don't feel bad. It's not like you're actually 0 for 1. It's better to get it right out of the way, you know. Yeah.
What'd she do wrong?
It was her first ever presentation.
Oh,
and
it was the same, I saw her at dinner, I didn't know she was, I thought she was a student.
Yeah,
But,
no, it was
anybody-
her first, and I was like, oh.